no grip with my right hand. Okay. That's probably gonna be a versus shot. That's gonna be a react. That's also gonna be a react. Let's start from the top and work our ways back. Everything's up, everything's working. Yes. That's not supposed to look like that. Okay.
Expire.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's on the thread. Okay. Not gonna need that. We're getting into a lot of things, DOJ. But first on the docket is what Horror handed to me yesterday as I was talking to Marcus. First, let me handle this sound effect. For a second, I misread Wolf's name as a sentence that said, "Good afternoon, Master Carl." I imagined the whole fucking voice in my head. Clearly, I'm schizo. Clearly, I'm schizo. I don't believe. Alright. So, first up on the docket, we have a Google Docky. A Google Docky. A Jujul. A Jujul. A big old Jujul. My itches. No, it really itches. Waiting on this. Sometimes I swear it's so slow. Come on. Come on, computer. Computer, load faster. Load faster, computer. There we are. Okay. So, we got ourselves a Google Docky. This comes straight from our boys at the Op Block. Who is Lunerine VT, aka Scarlet Reaper, Cameron F305 Secret Associate. People who are in need of a refresher. Cameron F0305 was the YouTuber that popped up on the scene, aping the content cop style, so that he could make his criticism video of iDubbbz, and immediately after it was confronted about his past and his involvement in earlier drama in his life, where he invested and invited himself into the cool, warm, inviting cave of a person who was a matter of investigation and interest in ongoing drama, because he needed to investigate her. So he investigated her walls autistically. He was confronted about this in his non-stop Glaze tour after his video had premiered. Confronted by first an investigation, FPS Diesel, and then again by Foggy BXC and the other members of the Op Block, live on camera, where he proceeded to run away. Since then, as I've been kept abreast of it, noticed it myself, and also saw it, he has been fighting for his fucking life. Which then brings us to his Google document. There was I don't even look how long that was. I want to eyeball and say about 4 to 5 hour live stream from the Op Block last night, where the material of this Google document are present here. We're now going to read that document. Then we're going to slowly catch up on all the rest of the other videos that were planned that I either didn't get to in the news day that I had them prepared because I ran out of time before 5 o'clock, or I just simply skipped over at the time because I didn't feel that they were necessary. And the ones I care about most, probably going to do those as impromptu versus chats throughout the week, this week. Because technically I'm behind on my schedule. Because my social battery was being drained last week to almost nothing. So let's begin. Introduction. Scarlet Reaper was a YouTube orbiter of T. Mr. Lexify, aka Lex, publishing allegations as evidence against Noah J456, saying he threatened his wife on August 26, 2024, and has now deleted Twitter, as is reposted by Lex. And Scar made a Twitter space when that happened. Upon entering the space and grilling on this, he discussed the concept of a reverse predator, describing a reverse predator as a minor, usually female, who takes advantage of and grooms an older adult male and uses that to blackmail, deriving sexual gratification or for the thrill. They will lie about their age, blackmail, use threats of suicide, all to guilt their victims. And Scarlet Reaper himself expressing that he was a victim of a reverse predator in VR chats when he was raped by a minor. We're still on the first page, and it got unbelievably fucking gay so goddamn quickly. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And a happy redacted to you too, Boster. Everything's a problem. Everything's a problem when you have people that don't know how to act right. Let's go from Twitter timeline view to full screen. There we go. You expose your forearms or on fire, but this is what happens when you slap while being exposed to the exploding sun. You have my sympathies. Alright. For those unfamiliar, T-Lexify made a response to this video from his now ex-partner, Pure Softy Regan, against allegations of grooming, pedophilia, and sexual, physical, and financial abuse on Twitter. In this video, Lex accuses Regan of the same thing he was accused of, calling her a covert narcissist and a reverse predator. Here you can see the first interaction with Scarlet Reaper in the live Twitter space. Noah J456, Brad tasted more drama with timestamps in the comments of the video. Investigation culminates in false allegations of grooming towards FPS Diesel, stemming from the use of 07 in his chat. All would be used to culminate onto a long-air interview with Scarlet Reaper, in which Scarlet is so thoroughly embarrassed that he would later fake his death, recommending the following video by the British Border for a comprehensive timeline. Scarlet Reaper would then make a brief reappearance in the Western Twitter community, defending an adult interaction of interacting and flirting with underage girls. Many thought this would be the end of Scarlet Reaper, but behind the scenes, we're already tracking his brand new persona, Lunar AVT. In this document, we show the connections between this account, Scarlet Reaper, and Cameron F305. A glossary for people who need to follow. How do we know that Lunarine is connected? Tracking Lunarine after anonymous tip that they had connections to Scarlet Reaper in late 2024. While this detail might not be significant in light of recent events, the most telling aspect was the VTuber account, which had no ties to drama and had blocked everyone on the up block, such as others associated with previous Scarlet Reaper coverage. Why that name is essential, however, is someone reaching out to our disgraced associate Nani. Those not in the know, Nani was the former lead researcher for Diesel, and through him and several received contracts. Revisiting the streams on the discovery from Diesel and Cope and Seethe, to make long short, Nani was committing sympathy scams and fraud by utilizing larger community channel resources to support research for smaller channels. And when this came to the attention, despite multiple attempts to help find resolutions, she became increasingly vindictive. After enforcing Diesel, as a result, she was let go, and all her contractors were notified. Why this matters is that after this, she would receive an email from a mysterious Twitter mutual who wished to discuss the events. The following email exchange was released to me by Nani after I confronted her about her shady actions following the creation of the throwaway account now known as Gert, which posted email messages at 8/26/2025, when she lied about multiple team members and her relationship with them, noting that in the email conversation that starts around October 5th, 2024. Image is shown here. The email shown here, which is way too fucking small. And then with more evidence to follow. Interestingly, when reviewing the following email to reach back out to them, you'll notice something very interesting. An account named Lorraine first enters the conversation. While Nani would not reveal the email initially to me, I was able to confirm with an anonymous source that the nature of the email exchange and who this mysterious Connor was. Curiously enough, while this email will note no significance at this time, Pickman Takes will reveal later within the story, but this ties into Cameron F305 becoming very interesting via Nani and her failed gay op. After the throwaway had made the tweet, Nani would go into full panic mode and reach out to a third party to broker a meeting. In the conversation, Nani would attempt to set the tone of the conversation, but was ultimately out of her depth, as there was already direct connections that we weren't aware of, including Scarlet Reaper and a mod of Cameron's, but we did not know to the full extent through Gus Ring, now known as Nacho. Scarlet or an associated of his reached out to Cameron in the following message, with all screenshots showing in Eastern Standard Time. I've told your mod about some info that they might want to hear, but I'll follow the messages to you. These emails were sent to me from Nani. Nani was a girl that was riddled with medical issues and to living hell. Damn good investigator, but Diesel filed her. Even if you saw Cope and Seethe and those guys make a video on Nani, then you knew what happened. Nani is his investigator. Minutes after Cameron received a message from Gus, now Nacho, Cameron would message Nani and begin speaking with her. Clearly from interaction that Nani was still discussing commentary-related topics, despite claiming that she was done with it. The following is her speaking to Cameron for days. You can also see a call occurs on the 24th in which Nani would discuss what she wrote in her email with more personal details about me that I have not shared with the broader audience, which could lead to my docs. Sorry, I got hacked. Please don't try that game. It's not a game I'm involved. I was hacked. I am all safe now, but thank God your antivirus sniped it. The dude in the group chat was a hacker. I'm seeing it all now. Higher ups are taking care of it. He tried holding my account's ransom. Yeah, it was fishy to me. You know anything about bigger pockets? Hope you're doing well. Hi, thanks, you as well. Hey, sup, dude? Is everything okay? Dude, this is a bad idea. Why? Understand, I see. I'll try to rap. Good idea, thank you. Nah, I'm rapping. I did the interview because I thought it was important and honest with the fact that I wasn't completely honest with Diesel. That was the worst thing you could have done. I understand the spirit in what you're saying, don't get me wrong, I disagree. I feel like if I wanted to have credibility in the community, I needed to own up to that. However, just to be clear, I'm not trying to argue with you. I know. Would you like to call? I can screenshot that. I'm not recording or anything and have my camera on so you know that I'm not playing any tricks. So, May 24th, 2025 was when Cameron got confronted. So this is immediately after he had gone into the broadcast. Very, very interesting. He says one thing publicly is saying another thing privately. Conversation continues from here. I'm a bit nervous, I won't lie. I understand. I'll be straight up. I know why. Yeah, and that's why I feel that it may be better to do this all over a call. I'm not going to fuck you over. I'm stressed as it is, Lamau. Sure thing. Just please. I don't really want to do anything with the commentary anymore. I've got people to protect too. I understand. Give me a moment to grab water. Good idea. Start the call that lasts 33 minutes with a Discord link to Cameron 305F Kingdom. I think your internet cut out. You never turned your camera on. Is there any pictures or anything? I know there's workarounds. Sorry, I just feel very faint. No, I hadn't recorded anything. Phone wasn't even on and being looked at. like my pots are flaring up, I don't get back inside, there might be an ambulance fate. People can just say things. I totally understand. I promise I hadn't recorded anything. Plus, I'm a headphone user. Can't really record audio on my phone using my headphones, lol. I know, but I have no camera. Yeah, I'd have to have OBS or an app open to record my camera. Any recording apps were closed. That's not how webcams work, Cameron. When you use OBS inside of a feature inside of Discord, your camera feed is captured. F's. 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 I love disconnections out of no reason. It's so fun. It's so great. It's so cool. I love it so much. In the middle of a sentence, even. Anyways. I totally understand. I promise you I hadn't recorded anything. Blah, 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 blah. So Nani, being somebody who's supposed to be wise and an investigator who at least understands how the internet works and how technology works, doesn't know that if you have your camera open inside of another recording application, it does not allow the broadcast signature to go through until you disable it on the other feature and re-enable it onto the Discord feed. So, she can't confirm nor deny whether or not Cameron was or was not recording her because she doesn't know this detail when he said he would have a webcam so you wouldn't have to see any funny business. So, again, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by the internet. Either he's manipulative and lying and also stupid and doesn't know what and how Discord functions to or works, or Nani doesn't know basic things about something she should know as an investigative reporter. Even if it's a former investigative reporter. Even if it's a former investigative reporter. Which is crazy. Just checking in. You doing okay? Much better, thanks. I got my medication in time. Cameron, has Jelly or someone been harassing you? They bring me into the situation, and I want nothing to do with this. Multiple people, but I've been ignoring them. Last night, however, Diesel tried to get in contact with me. I assumed stupidly because he was reaching out to respond to me, admitting for being dishonest. Cameron, that's why I told you to not say that kind of stuff. Instead, he called me. I answered, and I was in my car. Apparently, he tried to tell me he was streaming, and I didn't hear it. And if I did, I would have. Blah, 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 blah. And then she gives him his email. I need some water. 1 second. Hey, I'm exhausted. Water for my throat. Bad2for Pikmintakes.gmail. Does this email look familiar to you? I don't think so. Thanks for being patient. No worries. That's the email I sent my statement to. I deleted my Twitter, so I don't remember which person told me. But whoever it was sent it to Jelly, and I'm assuming it's for her. I was friendly with her for the most part. The Diesel mentioned her much in the video. Yeah, a lot. Sorry, and I have a panic attack watching it. I'm a bitch nowadays. All I can say, ignoring Jelly will make her go away. She gets bored quickly. Oh, definitely. I just don't want to be involved. She'll move on or dig herself into a lolcat hole. Yes, but people will still see these tweets and posts and use them for content. That's the issue. Nobody really likes or trusts her, and anyone tries to promote her, I don't think it'll end well for them. Yeah, I can agree. But even if they don't trust her, they're still going to mention it. A big YouTuber is now involved. True. But I don't like to see how this goes anything but hurt Diesel, because it's dirt on him. It's him being a piece of shit. Yes, but it still involves me in that sense, right? Right, I see what you mean. Diesel was so bad to Nani, look at all this, and it's going to be rehashed. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Repeat if I have people to protect who I do not want to get involved. They really can't do anything to stop it other than just ignore everyone. I've still mentioned the signer for Noah Sampson in the CD, but that's it. I get you. Like, I'm done, lol. I don't want to be involved anymore. Yeah, me too. I think the biggest thing anyone can do, and I hope is they're not going to be dragging this further. 100%. If you find out any information, please let me know. So, does anybody remember when I said concurrently, specifically, that if you want to be a commentary YouTuber, there's no world where you can be able to pretend that you can just simply avoid problems by just not discussing issues that you don't want to talk about, and that you can somehow have the ability to pick and choose what you want to fucking get into when you yourself are directly involved with things that come from your past? Remember when I said that shit? This is exactly me. Goddamn. Once again. Right again, past Carl. That's right, future Carl. Will do, can't appreciate it, blah 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 blah, share information, Twitter is essential to me, blah 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 blah. Ooh, true. Yeah, I'm kind of tired for detox and negativity right now. Sorry, here's my autism wanting to be specific. You were sent those tweets, but you're also sent messages by other people defending me and or bashing Diesel. Got it? Leave it alone. After that question, I was sent the content of those tweets by one person and a dozen other messages bashing Diesel. Only one or two mentioned 98 and others past bad things Diesel did, such as with Quite and Slazo. Gotcha. Again, my autism. You're all good, ha ha ha. I can do wonderful stuff with computers, but fail a lot of social skills and needing specifics, ha 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 ha. Well, I'll leave you alone for now. Thanks again for your help. Of course. Do any of these names look familiar? Yeah, the person who sent me stuff mentioned a Connor, but I forgot the context. I haven't seen that screenshot too, I believe. Which one? The one I just sent you, or the email? Who sent it, or do you not remember? Gus Fring. All the screenshots on that Twitter were sent to me like a week ago, so please screenshot that. And then you screenshot that to them. Which mod? Renard. I don't think it was meant to tell you. I assumed. Shrug. Tell her to take this down. Okay, I'm sorry, but I am pissed. Foggy threatened blank, and I do not want blank at all. I see. I asked, is this her friend? Lunaray card. My card information. I have no idea. Sorry, Cam. I am not angry at you. This person is some throwaway that randomly messaged me with info on Diesel. I'm just some middleman or something I have no involvement in. Lol. I know, I get you. That's the only thing I asked of you. Yeah, I reached out. I'll let you know what they say. I was about to message her myself. I still will. She has now brought my boyfriend into this, and he wants to be left alone. I've got ya. 5 big booms, as there's communication between Cameron 305 and Gus Fring. So he was behind this? I assume so. Blah. I'm still grieving over my friend, you know? He didn't yeet off of Twitter yet. Refresh? Sometimes Twitter is slow. On one hand, I want to talk to him. On the other hand, I am skeptical. Another screenshot. Namely of a DM. No, this is of a tweet that was posted that is deleted. Thank you so much. I'm just worried it's screenshotted. Yeah, can you send me this information so I can speak to him? I apologize. This is his Discord. Then says the name of Dusk Green Polos. You saved my day. Happy to help. One last thing. Promise. Do you mind telling him I'm reach out on another account? Just don't screenshot this one, please. I can share it. Thank you. And then it shows that Gus Fring Polos is not accepting friend requests. He must add me instead. Okay, he sent the request. All resolved for now. Now I'm getting dog cuddles. Awesome. Just wondering if apologizing to the op block directly or posting. At this point, Nani would reach out to the Gus account using an alt of her own, discussing everything and taking down the post. To note, Nani is completely unaware that Cam only reached out to her after being directed to her by the Gus account. Gus Fring. Hey, did you follow me on Twitter? It's Nani. Yeah, I was told by Cameron. I wanted to message the account. I didn't know it was you, and I didn't want my alt exposed. Not exposing usernames kept secret on my reports to prevent people from harassing other individuals. It's just hard to trust that, you know. On my Twitter accounts, I don't mention usernames or such. I know, I'm just paranoid. I appreciate you wanting to defend me. This is actually hurting me in the long run. Like, he moved on, I've moved on, and now this is going to be rehashed. Not a lot of people saw it anyways. I was told by Cameron to delete it. Nope, people who gay up to me are saw it and now looking into it. So the 2 Reddit mods, the guy who claimed to learn karate. Got it. No. How do you know about this? How are you looking into it? Then links to the slop block. Worse than Turkey Tom. Apparently, we do good research, and that scares channels that are 600% our size. Yikes. What you're saying is that we have potential doxers. They probably have the email you leaked. They're going to talk about it. Diesel might too. I'm fucked, dude. Actually, I made sure to crop the email. That's not the point. I should clarify the content of the email. They're going to use it. Again, I appreciate you wanting to defend me, but this hurts me and my boyfriend. If I message them, they're not going to believe me. I am scared. At this point, unless there's an actual report from those 3 idiots, there's nothing to worry about. Do you know why? I don't want to be mentioned on a live stream. I've moved on with my life. Because they don't know about a throwaway account. How? They saw their name mentioned. Was there a stream? There will be. I know there will be. I used to fuck. Why you making me read this? Why you making me read this? I don't need to know where Foggy put his sausage. Ah! I used to fuck Foggy and Cloudy was flirting with me, dude. I know how they operate. Who am I supposed to be upset at? Am I supposed to be mad at Horror? Am I supposed to be mad at Foggy? I don't know. What has become of my life? Anyways, they're too incompetent and they won't do it. That sounds like a challenge. And I'm pretty sure Foggy wants to accept it. They covered the thing in the past. They won't do it again because they're too focused on Cameron. I cannot trust it. Wait, is this Nani? Holy shit. Yo. Bro. This. Yeah. What do you mean Connor is here too? We're sharing an account in the meantime. I deleted my old account. I tried to tell you, but I couldn't. You did in the email, lol. Fuck me. Shaking my head. Well, it's gone. I'm focusing on real shit. Then, hey Nani, it's Cameron again. I had to nuke my Discord account due to some bullshit that happened to me, and I don't want to be in Discord anymore. If you have questions, you can reach out to my friend Lunarin. Thank you. Yep. Please make this right somehow. Anyways, only log on here once in a while. I'm trying to catch up with some custom game stuff I'm looking at as a part of my school project. I know, but I'm scared. Well, we can say nothing is going to happen. I want to make two things clear. The account talking to Nani claims to be used by two people, but how can we know for sure? They had to have a reason to reach out to Nani after a public firing, and there's no evidence to support the claim that two people run this account. I believe the Scarlet Reaper still runs this account, but we can be generous and say that it is run by him and an unknown associate of his. Second, Nani makes the false claim that she and I, Foggy, had sex. She would later edit this message to say, fuck with. A moment where a turn of phrase has me terrified. She would later edit this message to say fuck with. I had never met Monty once in person. While we consensually flirted, I was the one who pulled away as I did not wish to pursue anything further and wanted to maintain our friendship. Classy, Foggy. The following good actions were made at the request of the source and Nani. Please tell him I am sorry. I didn't realize I didn't put fuck with. I'm trying to edit it now. Please, I locked myself out. I told him, but I don't know if it changes anything. Post. Then the edit. I skip words and mess up all the time. You just saw it now. Blink can confirm this. As can others. I'm gonna die. It happens all the time. Nani would relate this to Cameron and inform him that she was releasing information before blocking him. I appreciate Nani for coming forward with this information. Her continued lying and misguided attempts for revenge make it clear she should not that she should not return to commentary and should not be used as a resource for any channel moving forward. Then, Scarlet Reaper and Cameron 3F05 working together. Pieces of information were released to the general public during a live stream with FPS Diesel, where we highlighted some of the messages above and the other evidence we have gathered over the course of months of research. As the story has unfolded, we now obtain new information that links Scarlet Reaper's action to Cameron and his mod team. While I would like to make a caveat that I am unable to verify whether Cameron was directly messaging this Gus Fring or Lunoon, what I can confirm is that his mods had an active role in this. While Cameron cites his now former mod Renard as the culprit behind this partnership, Cam's mod wall paints a very different picture. It appears that his moderator Poogers. That better have been incidental. Poogers. I'm enunciating, Twitch. Twitch, I'm enunciating. I'm enunciating, Twitch. Poogers also had a hand in this and was making further claims the last few days about working with Gus and Lunaire to others. I would like to thank the YouTuber iNut for providing me with some of his screenshots. Fortunately, we also have the conversations from Cameron's mod wall. Pictures. Inuit guy. He was in Diesel's chat. More screenshots. A thread of images linked to the screenshots. Something interesting is how these posts align with what Throwaway Gert would have posted. Note that you can see this mod conversing with Gus in the Lunaire Discord accounts. Furthermore, it appears that Cam's team is making use of outside source to track and report, safety reports again, accounts and creators that talk about him. Very interesting, very interesting. Of note, from here, because unfortunately there's no way to direct this image. Let's see if we can screw into this. There we go. Starting from the top to here. Sorry for the random DM, but I think it's out of the crim to ask for DMs in a public chat. I was curious if you knew anything about the guy named Gus Friend who DM'd him, saying that FPS Diesel got his friend in his own life, and saw some leaked DMs about it. To summarize, I believe the dude is a guy who used to go by the name Scarlet Reaper, who has a ton of lore behind, and I want to see if it's him. Also, sorry again for the out of nowhere DM, but I highly doubt the admin would accept my DM request. Asking, since you're a mod. I do know him, yeah. If you don't mind me asking, what context was he bringing that up? The only reason I follow is because dude was a fan of Birdman, and I'm a mod for him. Scarlet Reaper had a string of videos defending known pedophile T. Lexify, and Birdman killed him over stream on that. I have made a few videos about the guy, and the peak was only 300 views, and warranted as documented. I know that FPS harassed Gus' friend to the point of suicide, and FPS goons, congratulations! You're now goons! You're now goons, Foggy! You're goons now! You now have your honorary black card. And FPS's goons went after another innocent member. Forgot their name. Don't know if it's about Lexify, nor do I care. Ah, okay, you mentioned a friend's name. I don't recall, and if I did, I'd want to keep that private. If you want to know more, just DM Gus to get the full story, unless you have beef. Well, I believe Gus is the guy. I respect the confidentiality. What do you mean? Well, Scarlet has come back on multiple occasions under new names, such as, air quote, Suicide, PF Labs, Rev, Predcatcher, and a few others. Each time Scarlet has been found out, exposed, and moved elsewhere, which is now possibly to a VTuber with a voice changer named LearnVT. Reason to believe that it's him is that they already have me banned on their Twitch and blocked on Twitter despite never once interacting with them. The same can be said about Diesel and a few of his mods. iNut, Birdman Jr., the new Diddy. I don't believe speculate. Jumped one. Sorry to share that vid, but that has one occasion before that I made a video about. I don't believe Gus is Scarlet. Wholeheartedly. I just believe it's for him the sole reason that he has something to gain by trying to drag Diesel, and I just want to preface, I am not a Diesel cocksucker. It's just that his community keeps finding this guy after each rebrand. Because he doesn't want to get harassed by them, which I would do too. Pause. If I were a content creator, and I were scared of a content creator, and I was supposedly being harassed by a content creator, don't you think that it would be in the goal of, changing my behavior if the reason people keep discovering me is that I'm doing fuck shit behavior? If all you do is rebrand to try and hide accountability, this is part of the reason why you keep getting discovered. Because every single time you pop up, oh no, he's involved in bullshit. Oh no, he's involved in even more bullshit. Oh no, he's involved in even more bullshit. Oh no, he's involved in even more bullshit. And again 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 and again. It just shows a pattern of stupidity and actions that do not show seriousness amongst those that consider themselves to be a part of a concept. And that concept doesn't help you. If the regard here is you want them to be away from you, you're not going to have them be away from you if all you ever do is get involved in things in which you should not be. That's your own fault. No one but you can control that. And it appears that in this case, that is exactly how they wish to handle the situation. Very stupidly. Bold strategy, Cotton, but I don't think that works that way. Just saying. Just saying. It's always gay ops. It's always gay ops. It's always gay ops. It's always gay ops. Continuing. Dude was a self-admitted pedophile that harassed and doxed underage girls that he had found on VR chat that he believed were reverse predators. So, that's my buy-in. I'd rather not let a known suicide baiter and pedophile defender go around and try the things he does. I don't believe the whole baiting thing, like, no offense. I've seen his side of the story and it's pretty messed up. During his time as Scarlet Reaper, he baited suicide twice before deactivating. all of which is documented, and his Steam account is still active. I don't know, man. You can confront him yourself about it. I've seen stories like this from Diesel's victims, so to speak. I want nothing to do with it. Not really in tune with anyone else other than Scarlet. Again, I'm just asking on my own accord. I just joined Diesel's Discord to find more information on the guys back when that all sprung up. Gay ops. Every time, gay ops. Why? 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 Anything for clout, I guess. Anything for content. Which is why you don't see me doing this shit. Not really in tune. Da-da-da-da-da. That's fine. I wasn't asking for you to involve yourself because of the off chance this guy is independent from Scarlet. Don't want unnecessary drama between you two. Yeah, I don't want that either. Gus has been helping me out with logs of people slamming Cameron. I'm trying to get said people banned. I'm trying to get said people banned for questioning the fact that Cameron F305, I'm just going to start calling him Cameron, Cam, or Rocket Power. Lo and behold, people find out about Cameron's past and they want to have questions be answered. No, we can't have that. That's a bad thing. Having people answer things, answer questions, understand where they stand, and figure out what's going on. No, 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 no. What we should do is we should be hyper deceptive and lie frequently, constantly, and always. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. It is unironically stupid. Unironically. Fair. I don't really count about the drama about Cameron and the stuff between him and Diesel. Cameron made a good video, and people are trying to come out of the woodworks to bring him down since he's gotten a lot out of it. Or is it possible that people are bringing up the fact that they are getting behind a person who's trying to abandon their old cringe life behind so that they don't have it as baggage, destroying their YouTube career, since he's getting into a sphere of influence where when you have baggage, people expose it? Homosexuality. This is homosexuality, and it's revisionism of the highest sort, which is the shit that I fucking hate. Again, I said this live on the broadcast. You cannot get involved with these kinds of situations and problems and then act as though you're being treated unfairly about something that is very straightforward, understandable. This is not how this shit works, dude. That is not how this shit works. When you're directly involved in things, such as this matter, you're creating a problem. And that problem begins and ends with when you decide you're not going to commit the actions you're committing. He's trying to hide from himself and other people involved. That's bad enough already. Take him to account for whatever the fuck you want to take them to account for. That's fine. You got me fucked up. If you want me to think and believe that this shit is normal, and that we shouldn't ask questions about the fact that that's the angle you're choosing to go towards. You're just trying to defend Cameron from being harassed and antagonized, and you're trying to stop them from possibly destroying his YouTube career. Last I checked, none of us told him to go to that girl's house and investigate her prostate, okay? So you trying to stop people from knowing that information, that puts you on my radar to begin with. I roll. Yeah, FPS is still making vids about him. It's kind of crazy, but that drama YouTuber life, I suppose, stuff like this should be handled in DMs. No, I think when you're a commentary channel YouTuber, I think You can talk about things at any time. And then when it comes to the question of substantiating them, you substantiate them. FPS Diesel did exactly that. The Outblock and the members of FPS Diesel's investigation team did exactly that. Why would you want them to privately work things out in DMs? That would be against the point of talking about it publicly. Because you see, making safety reports so that you can ban people from interactions with a content creator, that's the opposite of being honest. That's the opposite of telling the truth. That's you hiding and lying and the truth dying in darkness. It's like you don't understand what the job are you surprised. Fucking hell. We continue. It does, but then he clips it out of context and then posts it on YouTube to try and make Cameron look bad. Pause. Where's the out of context clip? How is doing all this investigation and work presented towards people and words admitted directly from Cameron's mouth clipping out of context? How do you clip a video out of context? How do you clip a video with all the context and details inside of it out of context? How do you do that? It'd be one thing if you said he surprises him on camera with a series of videos that were being revealed, and then he feels uncomfortable because he was lured into a room to basically get clip farmed to show how his actions don't align with his purported values and his own personal guidance, which is what Foggy actually did to him. Like, there's a difference between clip chimping and clip farming. Foggy clip farming Cameron in that technical ambush. That's him hiding from information he already said to Diesel prior to his appearance on that live stream. One thing doesn't add up to another. One thing doesn't add up to another. Sounds like some bullshit. Yeah, I'm just saying, prior to all that, shouldn't be a back and forth video essay. Yes, it should. If you're documenting shit and it's about updates and somebody says, no, he's lying, I should come back and say, oh, I'm lying? Okay, open up your mouth. Here comes Cockney Sandwich. Because when you put words in people's mouths or you accuse them of lying, that then gives me the ability to say, haha, I am not a liar. I'm going to show this publicly on Twitter.com. Then I'm going to post a video publicly on YouTube.com. Then I'm going to farm the clips on TikTok.com. That's the cycle. That's the work. That's the job. What you're saying is that you're mad that people are seeing you post your L's publicly. Not our problem. What can I say? He's FPS Diesel. Yet another loser. Two losers gossiping to each other about another person. The smell of cum wafting on their breath. There's marks of abuse all over their egos. This, chat, is the mark of the raped. Ultimate Rape Review. Who got fucked harder? I nut by the thick, long Italian stallion, or Poogers by their opinion about the dirty black gremlin himself. Find out inside today. Drama makes the big bucks, and Cameron is on the come up. Even Hassan is talking about him, so it's popular to hate right now, I guess. I think if Hassan Piker is looking into trying to see if he can clout shark off of you, you should realize that you're in the wrong place. That's my opinion. What do you mean by CRR? I shot Gus a message. When is he typically on? I'm in Japan, so I know time zones don't typically align, but I like to be on for when this typically is. Not sure. Never mind. He already blocked me. Amal! I see. I was very forthcoming and apologetic. Can you ask him to give me a chance? I just want to chat with him. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. I just want to potentially try and stalk him. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Bad empanada alive. Oh no, not even empanada getting on top of you now. Cameron's F305 is a pedophile. Child rapist exposed. Cameron Fields. Pedophile. Lamau. Coral Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, like Horror mentions, chat, all of this is a dissemination of the fact that if he didn't try to guilt trip Diesel into removing the messages from his content, then he would not have been investigated like this. This is truthfully his own problem. Truly, truly, truly. No, you cannot inspect my penis. My penis is only for one woman's eyes. Thank you. The only time it will be studied is in the medical journals for exactly how I continue to have so much mastery in my balls. You can sit there and watch. Let's continue. Something interesting is how these posts align with what Throwaway Gert would post. Now, note that you can see this mod conversing with Gus and Looney in Discord accounts. Furthermore, it appears that Cam's team is making use of this outside source to track and report accounts and creators who talk about him. Very interesting. In a series of Twitter posts, a Throwaway, now Gert, would begin to defame FPS Diesel and me regarding us as Hassan Orbiters and people wanting us to die. The retweeted tweets in the posts following. I hate Google Documents when they do this. Ugh. I always gotta click the blue link and then click this, because if you don't do it the other way, you'll scroll off your fucking section. This post is from an account that no longer exists. This post is from an account that no longer exists. I've got to teach Foggy how to archive. I have to teach Augie how to archive. You can even see an interview with Luderine sourced in the folder, and I admit maybe a 1-second voice clip is not compelling enough evidence to prove that Luderine is indeed Scarlet Reaper. So here, I present you with a 1-minute full clip of this video with Luderine without the voice changer. Video unavailable. This video is private. I have to teach Foggy how to archive! In this, we can see that Looney, with an unrelated Zero-Suit Samus, funny enough, Scarlet Reaper has a feeder fetish that will be included later in this document. Hopefully this presents a thorough investigation to Looney, Gus Fing's Scarlet Reaper. At this time, they have changed their account name to Nacho, but this account is friends with the alt account Nani, which will be used to contact them. Luderine would then update their card to state that they are being targeted and harassed despite no evidence of this being done by others. I'm being targeted and harassed by bad actors who have attacked someone I know. The fact that YouTube and X have done nothing despite being countless reports shows that these platforms are advised for biggest creators and smaller runs that are not involved in this stuff. I'm not involved in any drama in any capacity, shape, or form. People trying to defame an already depressed YouTuber or quick back to promote their slop content full of lies, defamation, and breaking tons of community guidelines. The backed actors recently made a tweet for a stream on Sunday about me and my friend. I do not condone this behavior, and what we have reported the interviews for harassment. As of June 1st, 2025, Luderine has ended all VTube activities. Again, the account information for an account that no longer exists. At this time, we do not know in what capacity Scarlet Reaper is working with Cameron or his mod teams. However, the evidence speaks for itself. The following is some extra information we found on Scarlet Reaper as it popped up on the internet, such as the fake suicide note, an old Reddit thread that was tagged to him, from which he just hates on his mom, Scarlet Reaper harassing women online and making alt accounts in general, the feeder fetish, as mentioned, Scarlet's full history with the Need for Speed modding community, Scarlet Reaper alleging getting gay opt, believing he is talking to a minor, being submitted by YouTuber iNut, discussing age of consent in Texas and believes this person is underage, Some videos can be found in the Google Drive that even show Scarlett recounting a time when she was taken away from the police and sent to a mental health ward due to harassing a woman. And then, back inside the folder.
Cops came in, they believed her, they took me away to the mental hospital.
Ouch, my neck. I need better pillows. He's already been investigated. Would have been really good. I can get the clip from his stream. By all means, chat. Thank you, Horror.
Minors, or are we 1807? Are we human or are we dancers? Bossums, time to yeet this goof into another solar system. Kick in the suite. I'm having flashbacks to Diesel screaming, "Let me in! Let me in! Let me speak!" Ringing in my head. And again, Bossums. I want to thank every person for being super cool. Did you play the Bill Jensen bit? Yes, I did.
2 hours, 45 minutes on the dot.
So this is an account by the name. This is an account called Pippa Enjoyer. The person is named Billy Jensen. I don't know who this fucking person is, but let's see something very interesting, chat.
What's going on here?
Huh? Is that Lunarine VT?
Sure is.
That's Lunarine VT and a person by the name of Princess Amy. Now, a fun fact for you who don't know about Scarlet Reaper. Scarlet Reaper has a feeder fetish. We'll reference a little bit later. Diesel has a stream on it. Here's what I will say. Yes, he has a feeder fetish. At the request of the person who leaked that information to us, I will not be releasing that scroll. I mentioned in the document, but the person who released that to us wishes to remain, like, out of the thing. I just want to respect that. They don't want all their private info because their face is in there and shit like that, so I don't want to do that. So we see that that's Lunarine, VT. Let's listen a little bit more.
What's going on here?
The arms are a little bit screwy, though. I mean, look, it's going right through the Abby. It's a little bit messed up.
Why are you animation?
Huh?
I don't know what.
Oh no!
I'm going. Why am I an anime chick or why am I a VTuber?
I'm sorry. Is that Scarlet Reaper I hear?
I was brought into this earth to be cursed. Cursed. Cursed, I tell you. Alright, there's the voice clip. That is definitely a man's voice. Now, let's go through these video links. First up.
Cops came in.
A TikTok from Inbeat Poison Expose. DSM Ribbit Poison.
They believed her, they took me away to the mental hospital.
Ah, yes, I love when people use extremely overplayed fucking video clips. Bro went to a mental hospital and is still retarded. Take bro back. Next.
The reason why I block these creators is, number one, I don't want to see their slop. I don't want to see them on my feed. Number two, I also don't want them to interact with me in any capacity. 3, I'm still pretty pissed off after what happened. And number 4, why shouldn't I? Are you saying that I cannot block people all of a sudden? Like, if I don't like someone, or if, like, I don't want to see someone's feed, am I not allowed to block them? Am I supposed to just let them? Or, like, I should see their fucking shit? That's not how it works.
I'm assuming that's the Lunarine character.
All these drama tubers are doing is a humiliation ritual for themselves. Because not only the VTubing community will probably come in defense of me, but that there are several people as well who are not very happy with these people. Keep in mind, these are all problems that are happening because of one guy who pretty much has allegations on himself. Because he was involved with the Yandev crap, which I don't even know what the hell happened.
Pause. If you don't know what the hell happened, shouldn't you take interest in finding out about that information? Considering that if that information was to be concurrent to the shit that is important for the ability for you to understand why they are investigating it, that you can then divest yourself away from it? And what wonderful pre-Twitter block situation logic is that you've got going on there? I don't want to interact with these people's content. Okay, cool, based, wonderful. You can be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Be blessed, beloved. But you don't need to block them in order for you not to engage with their content. But you can mute them. You can avoid them. In fact, the obvious detail that connects all these things together is that they found your account because you blocked them. This is a situation where I don't want to be harassed by them. Don't you dare mention me. I have the ability to disassociate myself from you, but every single step of the way, the reason they know that it's you, or have a suspicion it's you, is because you blocked them before they even engaged with you. It's one thing if they engaged with you and then you said, nah, not for me, don't want to do it. And then they force the interaction. And then you spurg and say, what, I'm not allowed to block people? I just have to be harassed? I need to be in the holding pattern forever? No, you pre-blocked them. You pre-blocked them. Which means you either knew something, you were told to block them, or you just randomly decided that you should just block them and that you had no true association. Which means in option 3, you're an innocent victim. You should be able to say, I don't know why these people are trying to attack me. I don't know who you think I am. This is who I actually am. But you see, that would then involve you having to get involved with them. You're not trying to do that. Why is that? The cadence, the speech pattern, the obsession. It's like a person who's been in this position before, who's trying to justify all the knowledge angles to try to control the information source. I smell a rat, and it's not Rigi Garaki. I smell a rat. I smell a rat! Continue.
Nor do I care. I don't like Yandev. I don't like Yandere Simulator. Period. And the fact that I am pretty much involved with this crap, as they claim, because I never talked to anybody whatsoever, it just kind of shows really that these people want to create a nothing burger and a 5-hour live stream of slop.
Well, if it's a 5-hour live stream of slop and people are consuming it, shouldn't that then give you the ability to make content of your own? That's the name of the game nowadays, ain't it? Oh no, they're making a video about me. Oh, what do I do? Do I, 1, make my own video battle? 2, ignore the content and just simply allow it to pass me by so that I can continue doing what I want to do and continue making content of my own? 3, investigate and do a counter involvement. 4, try to talk to somebody to be able to then get the ability to join in on the content. So now I'm ahead of the ball, not behind it. Actually, technically, if the ball's chasing you, then you need want to be behind the ball, not ahead of the ball. But you guys get what I'm saying. We're mixing our metaphors. We're mixing our metaphors, just like our colors. All of these options are better than the cope and seethe dance that you're currently doing. The tell is the coping and seething. The tell is the coping and seething. Because if you don't care, why are you talking? If you don't care, if you couldn't care less, why are you involved? Why not just block them and then simply ignore people questioning you and then move forward in your life? It's rat-like behavior.
Because that's what they all devolved into. Give them enough attention to where they'll actually create a 5-hour live stream all about yourself. Which in itself is a harassment campaign.
Well, that's a lie. It would only be a harassment campaign if they're looking to try and do something to you. Instead, they're just airing out information. The research on that information is what controls whether or not it is truly harassment. If you're hiding information about yourself, you give them reason to investigate you.
Also, there are some claims that he said something about being raped on VRChat. Do I think that's impossible? Yes. However, in my defense, I had screenshots of him when I had my old account. Back then, I used to be known as Lorelei. Anyway, he sent me all the messages from this girl that he used to date, which was the same girl that he pretty much told everyone about. And this girl was willing to sexually exploit him during a time where he was grieving. It doesn't matter if it was from VRChat or whatever. This girl wanted him to send dick pics. And he felt uncomfortable with it. He didn't fucking do it. And then when he found out that the girl was gonna do some shit to him, he ran away, blocked her, went to her best friend, which she has denounced everything. I have also talked to that best friend, and she pretty much feels guilty over what happened to my friend.
You know, no, that sounds a lot like you getting involved in something that you said you couldn't care less about and you don't want to be engaged in because it all leads to a harassment campaign. You know, that's inconsistent behavior. It says that you did want to be involved. You just didn't want the subject matter to be about you. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Team YouTube needs to address this. Because not only these creators, which have almost around 1,000 subscribers, or even hundreds of thousands of subscribers, all they're doing is that they're harming me, a creator that happens to have over 130 subscribers, who's pretty much minding their own fucking business.
Help me, I'm a smaller content creator. I'm a smaller streamer. I'm being harassed by the big accounts. The accounts like the Oplac with their big, huge Italian meat. They just keep slapping it on the back of my head. I'm in danger and I need your subs. Give me your money and attention.
And yet the fact of the matter is that YouTube is not doing anything. And if my words cannot be heard, then I'm fucked. These people are making a live stream about my friend and me on Sunday. And this is a blatant harassment campaign. Because there's no fucking way that these people are allowed to do this shit.
A harassment campaign is when people talk. Not when people talk away from you. Definitely. That is definitely when a harassment campaign happens.
Connor pretty much sent us the messages. And we were told not to share it. And that's exactly what we did. We didn't share the messages. We kept them as a secret. Because one day people will know about this shit. Did I leak it? No. Did anyone else leak it? No. Because even some of my friends that were involved with this drama last year, they also knew about the messages. Did any of them leak them? No. The only ones that leaked them was the unknown person who sent them to the team over at the throwaway account.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like conspiracy. You also know what that sounds like? That sounds like collusion. Remember when you said you didn't want to be involved? You got so uninvolved that you were so directly in the center of it that you started trying to shield yourself from potential consequences. Why would you do that if you're just an honest small VTuber who's done nothing wrong? If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to hide, right?
Which is you guys. So obviously Connor was pissed. But the one thing that made me pissed even more is the fact that even though I did send an email to Nani, I was listed as one of the people that was an alternative contact. I did not tell Connor to put me on that shit. I did not tell Connor to put him. I didn't tell him to put my name. I didn't tell him to put whatever. I had to contact Nani about it, despite me actually being pissed. I did not go through with this, and I still had to email her anyway.
Just admitting your guilt at this point?
Individuals have claimed that they've been stalking me, or well, claim that they've been stalking my friend, who they claim it's me, for quite a long time. And don't get me wrong, I feel like this is completely stupid.
Then leave the situation and don't do what you've done, which is to seize activities as a VTuber and attempt to hide again and change your identity again.
Because they just self-admitted themselves of stalking me without saying they've been stalking me, to pretty much bypass the laws of cyberbullying and harassment. That's what they've been doing. They have self-admitted they've been stalking me and harassing me without saying it bluntly.
I'm pretty sure investigating people that have content online is not a problem or not a crime. And if you're not guilty, then it will bear no fruit and they'll have nothing.
All I ever wanted to do was play racing games and stream myself doing it on YouTube.
Okay, so play racing games and stream yourself doing it on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, Live, Facebook Gaming, and any other source where you can be able to live stream yourself. And fucking disincentivize and disinvolve yourself from the drama.
That's all I wanted to do.
Why aren't you doing it?
But the fact that these people are trying their best to cause an argument of almost a 1-year-old drama, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it was so long ago, bro. Bro, the drama was so long ago. That's why I should be allowed to cover it up and make sure you can't talk about it, bro. Bro, I should be able to control people. You can't control me. You can't tell me what I can do and what I can and can't block. But I deserve the right to tell you that you need to shut up.
I haven't done anything to these individuals. I haven't even done anything to them whatsoever. And I'm paying the price for essentially affiliation
with people that you can disavow and then immediately distance yourself from so you can then go play racing games on camera. I feel like we keep missing this part where you could just leave. It's so funny. You can just leave. You just go.
That's all I'm pretty much facing. All I ever wanted to do was just play racing games. I've been minding my own business for quite a long time.
Well, that's a goddamn lie.
2 people that I know of. One of my friends named Connor. The other one's unknown. Let's just leave it at that. Both of them messaged Cameron. The account was made on the 10th, but the messages were first sent on the 16th. Keep in mind, I had nothing to do with this. The only reason that I know is because the messages were sent to me. I am not particularly fond of drama crap, let alone someone being accused of being raped or raping someone. Because at the end of the day, I would have to say, file a police report. Unfortunately, people think that I was doing something with this shit. They were trying to attack me antagonizing me by involving me in a drama that I do not want to be a part of.
Here's a wonderful thing. You could have just disinvolved yourself from it and distanced yourself from it and removed yourself from it, and then it doesn't happen anymore.
Only 2 people were a part of that fucking drama. They were sending me messages. I quietly ignored them. And yet, for whatever reason, I have to be involved in it. And people are claiming I'm my friend. I'm not even him. I live all the way in Florida.
Just casually self-doxing your own location. Okay, okay.
I'm in the United States. He's in some sort of island. That cannot make us be the same person. He has expressed multiple times to me that he wants to go to Florida. But that doesn't mean shit.
Wonderful, wonderful. And let's bring it all together with a wonderful image of them playing video games. Stream starting soon.
In here, speed.
No voice changer.
We're gonna do every single thing.
But a skill issue?
Oh my, yeah, I'm having a skill issue right now. Not even no, like 1 second.
I don't know, bro. I think you should probably not play racing games. You seem to suck dick. Let's go a little bit further in the future.
I literally crushed what I was doing. Okay, so it was.
What's it called again?
Speaking of Nintendo, I wanted to try something different.
I love that the pop-up says, eyes on the road, deadass. So, that's that. We leave the corpse of the victimized rape, where we found it, sitting in a pile of their own fluids. Sadly, there will be no obituary, because there's no body, because they're already gone! Nobody knows the trouble they feel. Nobody knows their sorrow. Fuck me running with a goddamn hot spoon. Fuck me running with a goddamn hot spoon. Alright. So, there's Cameron's dark past with Scarlet Reaper. Doing gay ops behind the scenes to try and avoid the consequences that are coming for him. Now, let's do some reactions, boys. I've got some material for you. You can have the good pill or you can have the bad pill. 1's in the chat for the good pill. 2's in the chat for the bad pill. No, I will not tell you who made the videos. I'm only telling you that the people who made them are considered good creators or bad creators. Two. Hold on, Carl. There's one more thing you gotta see with that. What am I looking for, whore? Well, chat's already chosen their poison. Let's see what a whore needs to show me. We must wait patiently, chat. We must wait patiently. The same stream. Go to 337. Okay?
A little bit screwed.
I have sex with Falgies. That's why I get to read this stuff.
Wow.
I heard what you guys said about not being good enough. It's not about that. It's not about you. It's about me.
So that's the
And
preliminary. That's all we need
yeah.
to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not that hard
That's the
even. You could
preamble.
just
I
ask him.
know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't
It's
have
kinda
sex,
crazy.
Greg. If you have sex with me, what's
Fauci,
up?
A/S/Shell, and you want to Dutch rudder each
Hello,
other.
hi chat.
I
How's
don't-
everyone doing?
I
don't know what this
Dutch
is.
ruddering is. Okay.
I am the most employed out of everyone here, and so I get to catch up as stream happens the way you guys do.
So this.
So what is this?
So this is Scarlet being gay-opt. Now we don't have any messages sourcing the fact that this person ever claimed that they were a minor. I don't see that in the messages that iNut sent me. But this is pretty fucking weird. Yeah, I don't, like, I could tell that this was gay-opping. I could tell. So, you're Bruce Wayne, I'm Camila. Go on.
Valji, taking my role away. I see.
Go on, Cloudy.
So where am I? Oh, sorry.
You're up here.
Sorry, I was reassuring Len. Okay, listen, chat. I'm not scolding you if you are or are not employed. I'm saying I don't want to be as employed as I am. I would like to have fun.
I will scold you for being unemployed, chat. That's
Okay,
a mean
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, that's what Cat. You can't mix us up, okay? You can't. I know both of our names start with C, but you can't mix us up like that. All right. So where am I at?
You are right here. Well, I made.
What the hell's that word? Okay. Well, I made a pink picana.
Picana.
What the
Picana.
Picana. Thank you. Picana. Thank you. Well, I made a picana last year, and it was pretty good. I know what you're trying to refer to, by the way. I don't know what this is. Is this cursed?
No.
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Okay. Then what are you referring to? Be honest with me.
Fine. Because I won't lie to you. I mean, I want to eat your dick.
Wait, like literally? Hold on.
Why do you do this to me, Horror? Why do you do this to me? Why you do this? Why you bullying me? Why you bullying me? Why you bullying me? Curse! It is cursed! Oh, of course, that's not the end of it. Of course there's more. Open wide, chat. Horror's making us eat a cockney sandwich by proxy.
Widow we chat.
Read
Oh my
the
God.
next line.
I read. Hold on. I have to
Read
get
the
into
next
character.
3
Hold on.
lines.
I have to get into character. Hold on. I'm a feeder. Hold on. I'm a feeder. Hold on. Hey, maybe someday when you're older.
Oh no! Clip it, Chad. Scarlet's a fucking pedo coded.
This is not the Riz you think it is.
It's
This
not
is
what
not
you
the
think.
response.
Maybe baby girl when you're older. I'm like, dude,
I'm gonna
go to jail.
You know in Mass Effect when you have dialogue options, and you
Yeah.
choose the wrong one. This is the wrong one.
Shame on you. You made me listen to that. Shame. Is there more? Is there more horror? Are we done here? I feel like I need to scrub this body off me now. Excuse me. Yes. I'm gonna assume that H was a yes. Yes, there's more. No!
Come on.
This is going on double time. I can't be forced to listen to this in normal speed.
She goes on to say, "That's too long, though."
Okay.
Absolutely haram.
Cloudy, read the next statement.
Where am I? That's not okay.
I
I
know.
know, but your state will give me the death penalty. Is it sexist?
Oh.
Is it sexist?
Yes,
Is it
yes,
sexist?
yes,
yes.
Like, you know what? My home state don't got a lot of W's, but
What happens in your home
I'm
state?
saying.
What happened in your home state,
You need
Cloudy?
bigger.
nothing.
Cloudy, what happened in your home state to
Government,
pedophiles?
I'm kidding. Government,
What
I'm
happens
kidding.
to
It's a
pedophiles in the state?
Okay, read on.
Will you even like me till then? Texas won't. They don't care.
Seems right. Seeing as you're talking to me, I will. That's really sad.
The age of consent
This
there
whole
is
thing's
like
gross, but-
15.
I don't.
23.
Well, he's
I don't know what that
22. I don't know how old these messages are, right? Let's say these messages are when he was 20. Let's say...
because it just says June 2nd,
Oh, no,
but it doesn't say year.
no, it has to be later because Scarlet Reaper is older. So he
It's
wasn't
a different-
Scarlet
And it is the Bruce Wayne account.
It's the Bruce Wayne account. It's a different profile picture. July. This could be either July 2023, July 2024. I don't know how long he's on.
But he was still
sorry.
what, 2021, 2022?
Oh, so this also cannot be taken from this day.
I guess
This is
it's
1
last year.
a.m.
This is probably last year.
This could have been
Yeah.
last year.
Well, it says yesterday, so it was July 1st. Probably last year. July 2nd isn't a Tuesday every year.
But look at the time. It's 1:05 a.m. So they're talking late in the morning.
I know that's too much thinking in math. Okay, I'm sorry.
Here's what I'm
Because
saying.
I'm looking at it right now. What's July 2nd?
There is
Was that
no-
last year?
2024.
2024? So this is last year. He is talking to somebody who he believes to be a minor and says, I'll wait until you're older.
I hate this.
And if she says
Insane.
he's a pedophile, I'll fucking say it. That is pedo-coded. Until I see proof that this is a fake screenshot, this is fucking pedophile behavior. This is groomer behavior. He's a fucking Code Eugene, chat. Can I get a Code Eugene in the chat?
I hate that word. I hate that. I still hate that word.
Well, hate it some more. Chat,
I
listen.
do.
Is that the end of the clip? Is there still more horror? There's still more, chat.
Spread it like wildfire.
Best humanize me.
Incredibly pedo-coded.
It put me on misery right now.
I can't believe. Yeah, this is non-serene. I cannot believe because this is gonna go this is gonna go in there. I'll put this in the doc as Scarlet gets gay opt into thinking he's talking to a minor.
Okay, wait. So this isn't actually minor. He just thinks it's a minor, and he was getting
Yes.
gay opt. Okay,
Yes.
that's
It's worse.
yeah. It's still not good. Still not good. Because he thinks it's a minor. That's still bad. Okay, I'm glad no actual minor.
I'm glad no minor was
bothered.
I hate when people do this. Like, it is like my one big pet peeve because they'll use this as, well, they weren't really, show the older screenshots, it gets worse. I have them. I think this is pretty good, though. For me, this is pretty, like, because that's, like, the when you're older stuff. This is, oh my god, he talks about the ERP rape to her as
Yes.
well.
I'll be right back. I'm making my dinner. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm gonna end stream soon because I'm starving.
I'm gonna
Much
turn
I'm gonna post these in the public doc. I want to thank you very much for, like, sending these over. These are baller, by the way. This is insane.
Yeah, these are fucking crazy.
This is, like, if you've ever wanted the pedo smoking gun, this is it. Which then proves, once again, let's actually, let me see the ERP one real quick.
You gotta look. We gotta look. It's a
Of
little.
course, we gotta look.
I've been telling you this whole time. I want to hear what you'll do to me.
Okay, I'm still undecided on that, but I'm sure there's something you wish I could do to you. Something that's on your mind, or something that's in your mind. Sorry.
Oh, it is. I like it when boys take control. You know, put your hand around my neck kind of thing. So I really want to hear what you have in mind.
You can't see it, chat, but my soul is shriveling up like this. Just closing on up as I die slowly inside. She's doing it to me, chat. You can't let her do this to me, chat. Chat, she's making me sit here and take it. You have to help me, chat. Fight back, goddammit. Fight back.
Oh, he.
Oh no!
I want to hear it so bad.
Okay. If I had to see it, so do you. Why can't you just take one for the team? I can't fight back. She's making me watch it too. Okay. Let us begin, chat. You asked for it. I voted it. Enter in Anthony Gramuccia.
All critics want to convince you that they're right. But what better way to do that than to argue that they're objectively correct? Not just correct or that they have the right opinion, but that their opinion is objective.
Anyone?
Don't say, oh no, now, Bog. Y'all voted for it. I gave you a choice. You said 2. You said, I want the blue pill, Carl. Show me how deep down this shit goes in my dreams. Sweet dreams are not made of these, chat. Sweet dreams are not made of this. Now, for context, it's important that you know the thumbnail of this video has Mahler, Patrick Wilhelms, and H. Guy saying objective critics are lying to themselves. That was not the original thumbnail. It had Mueller much more prominent inside of it. As the presser I wrote to myself when I saw it was, can you really objectively review a movie? No, Mueller is lying to you. But he put 2 breadtuber aligned, if not outright breadtuber YouTubers here, so that it seems like he was hitting all the marks. Keep in mind that Andrew Grillia is, in fact, literally the exact type of YouTube critic that he's trying to criticize. Strap in. We're going raw.
All critics want to convince you that they're right. But what better way to do that than to argue that they're objectively correct? Not just correct or that they have the right opinion, but that their opinion is objective.
Anyone is welcome to generate an objective opinion based solely on the measurable elements of the content, or they can generate a personal, subjective opinion based on how they felt.
So now what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
Now, on paper, that does sound reasonable. I will say straight away that objectivity is typically a good tool when trying to examine the functionality of media. However, the problem is a lot of critics who say they're objective use objectivity as a crutch. They analyze media in a way where they can argue that the film is objectively good or bad.
If a piece of medium and work is to the point of being so obnoxiously poorly written that the medium itself rejects the context of the words in question, then that is demonstrable of exactly they are in fact making a bad product. Am I not allowed to criticize them for making a bad product? Apparently Literature Devil isn't, because Literature Devil is an objective writer who's lying to you, chat. Listen to him. Weave his evil words.
Mahler's infamous assertion that The Last Jedi is an objectively bad film was a declaration that launched 1,000 ships.
This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual. You may enjoy the film, and even love the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is a poorly written film that stands as an objective insult to intelligence.
Now, mind you, these are subjective terms, good and bad. If good and bad are opinions, then how can we objectively reach the conclusion that something is good or bad?
Hey, if I shoot you in the chest, will you objectively be living or dead? Depends on where I hit you, right? Because functionally, dead is not the same thing as literally dead. But if you're functionally an idiot, are you literally an idiot? Press big Fs if it's true, chat. We might have to investigate this 50 billion times. And bait the content while we used to, too. And then also make a thumbnail about how every single content that you love is a bad person. And a bunch of other fucking niggling questions that should never be asked or answered about the material in question from the content creator which is being provided by. Because, you know, that's what a bad creator does. A bad creator doesn't investigate their opinions.
If saying something is worse than something else is, again, an opinion, how can we objectively say something is the worst film in a series? The problem is people conflate an objective conclusion with irrefutable proof. And also, sometimes people who review media objectively are doing it either very poorly or using tangential evidence to make broad, sweeping declarations. All of these are cases where objectivity doesn't really help all that much. You can say you're objective all you want, but the moment that you either fail to use objective reasoning correctly or your objectivity is clearly subjective opinion, it undermines your entire stance. And yet, critics constantly call themselves objective, and they remove their biases when reviewing media in order to give you the truth, whatever that might mean. The style was popularized by reviewers like EFAP and Mahler, who believe that by going through a movie...
Pause. No, it wasn't. It was popularized by the BreadTubers. This was your creation. You all made this. Don't blame that on people that it doesn't belong to, you filthy little liar.
Scene by scene, second by second, frame by frame, they could analyze the shortcomings of any narrative. I kind of see it like examining a painting made in the pointillism style with a magnifying glass. Sure, you get a good look at how each dot looks next to each other, but you get a poor idea of how the big picture looks when you back away and see how those thousands of individual dots you are judging look together. You may miss the individual flaws of each dot, maybe one's misaligned or one's slightly misshapen, but from the further big picture perspective, the dots come together to create a perfect whole.
Here's the problem with that. You're using words like perfect and whole. There's nothing about The Last Jedi that was perfect. There was a product. There was a product that was made against the intentional desires and the will of the creator that made the work in the first place. There was then the person who chose to make that content with the explicit position and the explicit purpose of attempting to get one over on the people whom was being discussed in the matter. Namely, one creator having a feud back and forth with another creator. I'm pretty sure we can objectively say that J.J. Abrams was definitely having it out. And he was definitely annoyed at the fact that when he was having it out with Rian Johnson fucking with his work, that when he undid what was being done, it was objectively for the best to try and make a better product that could be salvaged. But hey, that's just my opinion. And this is your opinion too. But here's the best thing about opinions. We can investigate them. We can add details and facts to them. Just slurping, just slurping, just slurping, just slurping, just slurping, just slurping. All over that knob. Get that man's dick out your throat.
Seemingly, despite the small mistakes and imperfections, the whole still works. And then other critics would copy Mahler's style to worse effects, but we'll get there gradually. Trust me, we have a lot to get through with this video. And here's the thing, unlike a lot of Mahler's other critics, I think there is a nugget of truth to what he's saying. While I'm ultimately negative on Mahler's critical style, I'm not going to pretend that there isn't some reason to it, some logic. Nor am I going to pretend that nothing Mahler says can sometimes touch upon authentic criticism.
His opinion is an unauthentic criticism. By claiming that it doesn't and can't be authentic, you are claiming that Mahler is disingenuous, and thus must be a liar. What a bitch. 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 If that's not annoying and a half. He's not even allowed to have an opinion without you saying, well, he can be kind of right, but he's not completely right. Fuck out of here, nerd.
But I have a few objections, naturally, otherwise I wouldn't make a video about this topic. Mainly because, well, even if you call your criticism objective, that doesn't necessarily make your statement compelling or convincing. Keep in mind, and this is something I'm going to come back to, just because something is objective does not mean it's correct.
If we're dealing in absolutes, an absolute truth, that can't be described. But something that I can demonstrate in a persuasive argument, it's your job to convince people as to why my argument's not persuasive. What you've said so far is, Mahler thinks he's right. And while I don't want to say that he's wrong, I don't want to say that he's right. Which is not the same thing as what you just tried to say. Brain melting. It is brain melting levels of stupid. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
Compelling arguments are based on the idea that you can convince someone else of your opinion and perspective. That's it right there. Even by divorcing your subjective opinion from your evidence collection, this does not necessarily make your argument convincing. It's also important to bring up my personal biases from the start. Last year, EFAP and Mahler did respond to one of my videos on their stream and tore it apart. As of this writing, their stream has 194,000 views on.
Look, chat, look, I'm posting my L's publicly. He made fun of me. I'm totally not being reactionary right now. Oh my god, I can't believe that he talked about me. Who told him he was allowed to talk about me? You're not allowed to talk about me. You can't talk about me. That's not fair.
It's so stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid.
On their main 7-hour stream, and just short of 50,000 on their highlights. It's their 4th most widely watched stream on their channel in the last year, and yet my original still has more than twice the views, so I can't be too mad about it. In fact, I kind of appreciate the free publicity they gave to the video. I do think that
I'm not mad about it, but I'm going to bring it up as though it's a negative, because look at how these guys are. Long man bad, long man bad, long man bad, long man bad. He's long and mad, long man bad.
feedback was beneficial in some ways. Some of their criticisms did help my style moving forward. I also think a lot of it was a complete waste of time. I genuinely think Mahler's style of criticism is extremely repetitive by its nature, and I will be addressing this in the video to follow in more specific detail. However, I do intend on being unbiased as a result of this. Unless absolutely relevant, I will be avoiding mentioning my initial video in this discussion. It will be mentioned, but only where I feel it was necessary to assist in augmenting my core arguments. Mahler is in many ways the poster child for objective criticism on YouTube, with many people citing him as a key inspiration on how to effectively, objectively criticize film. But the problem is, many critics have already criticized Mahler, pushing against his idea that you can objectively judge a film. And in response to this, Mahler isolated a section of another video in order to devote to criticizing these critics. I would say this is the same thing I did with my original video, except the key difference is here, he has a lot of receipts of tons of people criticizing him in this, whereas at the time, I had very few of those.
Now, in relation to those who find my channel frustrating, there is an ongoing conversation about objectivity versus subjectivity. I have been made an example of by a handful of people as the channel who thinks his opinions are facts.
Or to put it like he likes to, his opinions are objective. And the opinions of people who disagree with him, well, those those are just subjective.
Isn't it so strange that people can't seem to get a quote from my videos that would even remotely resemble that statement?
Look, Mahler, I don't know to tell you this, but like lines like this kind of sound like that to the average person.
This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual.
I know it's not literally what you're saying, but it sounds close enough.
People are going to make shortcut opinions and arguments. But when people make those shortcut opinions and arguments about us, we say they're overreacting, and that they're clout farmers, and that they're slop content creator YouTubers that are just simply reaching and grifting for content and drama to entertain their audiences. These things are not incongruent. How dare you? To distract you from this fact, I'm now going to do the same thing to Patrick Wilhelms!
It seems impossible to watch movies wrong, but you're watching movies wrong.
Oh dear, that seems contradictory, doesn't it?
And I'm not coming here to tell you that you're wrong.
6 months later.
You're watching movies wrong. You're kind of watching movies wrong.
This is what I end up hearing from the same people who believe they have more authority to speak on the subject of film analysis than others.
While this video is about 6 years old, it does offer a blueprint as to Mahler's perspectives on objective criticism versus the subjective criticism of his peers. In the video, he criticizes video essayists on how they parade their opinion as fact, or how to convince you without using objectivity in their stances. And to go over what this means in its entirety, let's go through the segment of the video discussing other critics, their critical analysis, and how Mahler feels his technique differs from their own.
And all those plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter. The actual problems are that many of the central characters are totally static and poorly motivated, and the one major moment of growth is caused by a ridiculous plot contrivance.
You can clearly see that Patrick Wilhelms is being sacrificed on an altar here. He isn't meant to be the original target, but because he's out here, close enough.
So plot holes in favor of payoffs don't matter, but plot contrivances in favor of payoffs do? Patrick, you realize that a plot hole is a plot contrivance, but worse, right? At least with a contrivance, it could happen. A plot hole, by definition, is a strict contradiction. It should not happen. You seem to be contradicting yourself quite a lot.
Mahler's video starts with a criticism of Patrick Willems for being incorrect about plot holes. Specifically, Willems compares plot contrivances to plot holes, saying that most people who watch movies complain more about contrivances than holes necessarily. Mahler says a contrivance and a plot hole are basically the same thing, so a plot hole is possibly worse. Let's analyze that for a second. As defined by Merriam-Webster, a contrivance is an artificial arrangement or
Get this goddamn dictionary out here.
development. In regards to the plot of a film, that's anything that feels fake in a narrative, anything that draws attention to the artificiality of the storytelling. Now, in this sense, all plot holes are contrivances, but not all contrivances are plot holes. Let me elaborate here more. An example would be if in the final act of a film, the main characters found a superweapon conveniently just lying on the floor. There's no build-up, there's no foreshadowing, it just materializes when the plot needs it. This is a contrivance. On the other hand, a plot hole would be if the standard weapon they've used the whole movie suddenly gains a massive boost in power for no explainable reason. It doesn't make any sense, it contradicts what comes before, it is a hole in the logic of a narrative. You would criticize both differently. A plot hole and a plot contrivance both will deflate the tension of a scene and remove any sense of concrete reality you're watching.
So, I'm going to try and explain this better, because what he just fucking said does not fucking compute. So, we're going to use TV tropes for this. So, I'm going to use a leftist source, so if somebody attempts to say that I'm wrong about this in the future, you can be able to sit there and understand the difference between these concepts. So, the concept in question that is being discussed here, the philosophy here, I'll answer that question in a second, Mr. Gamer. The philosophy here that's being explained is the concept of what is known as fridge logic. Use this one. Half an hour after the show is over, a random viewer is staring into the refrigerator, vaguely bemused by the fact that their 6-pack of beer has somehow become a 2-pack of beer. Rather than work out how this might have happened, it occurs to them to wonder how the hell Sidley Bristow went from Hungary to Melbourne, Australia, then to LA, all within 24 hours. Or maybe it occurs to them that they never met anyone who actually named the dog Fido. It didn't bother them during the show. It wasn't until they opened their fridge and discovered that they were running short of beer that it became an issue. Fridge logic is the writer's room term for these little internal inconsistencies that, for a good while, as in don't sweat the fridge logic, we've got bigger fish to fry, we only got 20 minutes left to work in 3 costume changes, a foreign language, and a weird wig, referring to some illogical or implausible plot point that the audience doesn't realize during the show, but long afterwards. This naming being highly subjective, since not every person follows the same train of thought. Some people will never even realize that there was a problem, while others will call that a plot hole, since they already noticed the problem during the show. The concept first being suggested by Alfred Hitchcock, yes, that Hitchcock, when asked about the scene in Vertigo when Madeline mysteriously and impossibly disappears from the hotel Scotty saw her in, he responded by calling it an icebox scene, a scene that hits you after you've gone home and started pulling cold chicken out of the icebox. Coming under a variety of other terms, such as jelly bean moment, the commentary track from Hot Fuzz's DVD, referred to as popcorn logic. Writer David Gerrold referring to this as the refrigerator door question on E.T. Or, my most favorite French idiom, l'esprit de escalier, also known as the wit of the stairs. The clever remark that occurs to you only as you're going down the stairs at the end of the party. In other words, talking shit behind somebody's back and coming up with a bunch of coke to say after your cool moment has already passed. And then popularized further by Reddit and the Redditors that now use TV tropes and own it as the shower thoughts. Effectively, plot holes and plot contrivances falls under what we would call ontological inertia. Ontological inertia is a buffer against something that happens when something else happens. As we read here, ontological inertia acts as a buffer against change against the cosmic status quo. You cannot, completely undo something that already exists. On the other hand, what can happen if what you do changes history and something significant, with a timeline fracturing and a whole new universe created at that point? Then you go to a new event that is completely different in reality to what change you caused. Either going back to your universe where the change never happened, or end up going forward to the equivalent of the time in the new universe where the change that you had propagating said action would cause from that point. If not liking the result, go back and change time again, at which case time fractures around to constitute the concept of this ontological inertia. This is the concept of what causes everything that fucking happens in terms of a plot contrivance. Because if it has no ontological inertia, it means it's a load-bearing concept that breaks the philosophy of the series. Meaning, when you have when you have fridge logic, or worse, when you have fridge horror, which can be considered a part of this, this is when you realize something that is a realization only after you've realized after something has happened that is very fucked up because of something that's going on. Coming in two specific flavors, which is frozen by time. When you're young, you don't realize something is fucked up until you comprehend the nightmare fuel that's right before your eyes. But when you're an older person, you try to wonder, how did you get through it being completely unscathed? And then quick thought. The nightmare fuel isn't there until you take a good long look at it and think about it. Which, surprise, surprise, when you click on this, it leads back to the article about fridge logic. So, the trope, the concept, the philosophy, the understanding, the deeper dive here that is being understood. When you take something that's stupid, and then you think about it long enough to figure, how does this affect the plot? It then falls under the weight of its load-bearing philosophy. With that load-bearing knowledge, with this philosophy in hand, this is the basis upon which all criticism of the media field works from. Now to answer your question, Mr. Gamer, no, I am not covering Mr. Enter's video on Saberspark. I've already covered Saberspark enough. So, Anthony, on top of just wrongly considering what people would use as the objective basis, which is, hey, does your story have a complete story? Did you use every part of it that's necessary for us to figure out why something happens? Did you set it up right? Did you write it well? Did you use all the tools involved in it? Did you make sure everything made sense? This is where objectivity comes from. If I can objectively say that your work is bad, then we're criticizing it as a piece of material rather than a piece of art. But if the point of the art is that you are trying to criticize the essence of the material, if you're deconstructing and reconstructing something as a part of a narrative, since the one you're defending is The Last Jedi, and we're talking about the work created by a person who's known for frequently trying to deconstruct, reconstruct, zigzag, and joss philosophies, ideas, and concepts and mediums through the form of Rian Suckamadik Johnson, I'm pretty sure if I could say it's objectively bad, because he's always trying to deconstruct the narrative, but never reconstructs it in a way to make it work as a whole concept. I'm meant to just simply not look at the details that he's leaving in, or the ones he's furiously ripping away, to be explicitly contrived to what J.J. Abrams put together. That, as a medium, actively functionally doesn't fucking work. It's like trying to make a liver do the job of a heart. It's dumb. It's very stupid. And when you get pedantic about this, and then you try to mince words and redefine it using dictionaries instead of actually using the lightest language that it comes from, well, that's a skibbity toilet moment if I've ever fucking seen one. Because you're literally using leftist language to try and redirect the conversation away from what is the actual subject matter at question to the bullshit you want to play in the sand with. I'm not interested in playing in the sand. I have Lego blocks to build with. We'll see you when we see you, Bogdan. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I understand that was very lame, very cringe, very gay, very dumb, but it's very important that people actually go to TV tropes and actually read these articles. If there's a person that is upset about that, they can be able to read them themselves, and then they can click around, because the same concept that applies to fridge horror and fridge logic is the same thing that works with fridge brilliance, because it all goes under the concept and the philosophy of deconstruction. This is the concept, this is the problem. This is what happens when deconstruction gets used the way that it gets used. In fact, here's a quote directly from Ender's Game. Sometimes I think you enjoy breaking these little geniuses. There's an art to it, and I'm very, very good at it. But enjoy? Well, maybe. When they put the pieces back together afterwards, and it makes them better. When it comes to criticizing work, you have to use an example in a work to compare and contrast against something else. When we consider something to be a masterclass, like that of Alfred Hitchcock, it's supposed to be the job for you to think and engage your mind and brain. And we definitely do that here on Single Player Carl. So, if I can objectively compare The Last Jedi to everything else in this sequel franchise, as well as the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, I can objectively say The Last Jedi is a bad film. The same way I could say that the prequels could be considered bad films, but they still tell a complete story. The opinion's not on the construction of the film, but instead on the quality of the work and the material in which it's written with. But in terms of both the quality of the work, the position of the art, and the goal it's trying to communicate, it's all crap. It's all crap. But you see, that's still my opinion at the end of the day. Even if I consider it to be an objective opinion where I've decided to take it apart, we take it apart and then put it back together again. And I show you where the defect is. It's like having an improper filled injection mold off of a Lego line. Versus, bro, it's still a burger. It still works. Yeah, but that sandwich is half cooked. You eat that, you're going to get salmonella. We're not comparing a chicken sandwich to a beef patty. We're comparing an uncooked piece of chicken to a literally safe-to-eat, healthy meal. One would think that when you consume art, the same way that if I feed a child bad food, if I feed them bad content, that it leads to them having bad thinking. Because that's what slop does to your mind. If you have no standards for the content that you choose to consume, you then now have no standards for the kind of concepts that you choose to invite, and play with in the theater of your mind. And rather than make you paint your mind with that, we're going to instead make him make you want to paint your mind, so I can pull you back from the brink. I'm like Batman, but blacker.
Takes you out of the movie and forces you to question what you're seeing. The end result is ultimately the same. So, is Mahler right here? Is it fair?
Also, it broke.
Fair for Willems to make this statement? Is Mahler objectively the one in the right in this argument? Well, here's the problem. Only one of these feels contradictory to the elements previously presented. So, yeah, the inconsistency of a plot hole is a problem, but ultimately speaking, both do have the same end result for the audience. In both cases, the viewer is taken out of the moment if it draws attention to itself. The problem is, how seriously does the contrivance or plot hole take the viewer out of the moment?
Pause. You're currently using a clip of Ramona Flowers fighting Roxy Richter inside of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the movie. In the series of Scott Pilgrim, people function in a world that functions like a video game. They have extra lives, they have combat moves and skills, and in the case of Ramona Flowers, she literally has a hyperspace inside of her bag, and she travels and uses the hyperspace traveling between people's minds to deliver packages faster. in context of the film, especially alongside the fact that this is after the first 3 fights, this is consistent in the medium and the narrative. Why are you using this clip as a plot hole? There's nothing wrong here. Everything's consistent. You been a lying bitch, and your mama's a hoe, and I'ma make everyone know.
And does it really impact the core point of a given scene? That's something that depends on the movie, on the scene, on everything.
I'm pretty sure that last clip you just used there was from the reboot RoboCop, which was actually pretty consistent and actually well made. Pretty sure you're just bullshitting around right now. Kind of, sorta, kind of feeling, sorta, kind of have a feeling that's the case. But hey, what do I know? I must just be some dumbass chud.
The problem is both Mahler and Willems are being pedantic about nomenclature. The problems between a contrivance and a plot hole are pretty narrow, and it's very particular. The real issue is that these instances take the audiences out of the films. It deconstructs the reality constructed unintentionally by the creator, and it impedes the idea that they're trying to immerse you in an experience. It takes...
So, you're calling him a liar. Now, I can believe you when it comes to Wilhelms. Wilhelms explicitly says what he says to create the reaction that he gets. However, Mahler's not a liar. You can disagree with his opinion, but he's not a liar.
You out of immersion, and therefore it is wrong. Whether it's a plot hole or a plot contrivance is particular, sure, but it's ultimately secondary to the impact it has on the audience. Also, Mahler, I need to question your logic here for a second, because you point out that Patrick Willems is inconsistent, right? But you see, you seem to think that Willems saying film critics being paid off won't impact general trends in audiences is inconsistent with how Willems, or personally the reviews of critics that he trusts in order to gain insight to see if he wants to see a film.
These people write scripts with more inconsistencies than the films I am trying to criticize, and these videos that they make are only 10 minutes long.
Critics are not bought or bribed. Disney does not pay off critics to trash DC movies. It's not like bad reviews hurt Suicide Squad's box office, so why would studios waste money on that? A few moments later. Before seeing a movie, I'll skim reactions from critics I trust on Twitter, or glance briefly at the reviews, and if enough of them seem to dig it, I'll see the movie. Why would studios waste money on that?
How do you write that in the same video?
You act as a contradiction, but it really isn't.
No, it is quite literally a contradiction, sir. You say, well, bro, why would people want to convince somebody to buy a product? Then you actively say, before I buy a product, I listen to reviews from people that I trust. Why would people want to manipulate me? There's a difference between the statement of, I don't know anything about this, so I asked my friend who knows something about this, and someone's trying to sell me something. So, I actively take advice and information from the people that are trying to sell me something, and I use that to get deeper involved in the thing that I know nothing about. One of these is just normal as an opinion to have when it comes to media consumption. 1 second, chat.
Mahler, Patrick Willems is not indicative of the average moviegoer experience. After all,
actually, no, it's worse. This is indicative of the opinion of a person who wants to present himself as speaking for the audience that's being left behind and not heard. He is explicitly moving and acting in the capacity of that. And for that, that is where people's concern comes up. Now, me personally, I don't really care about none of that shit, because that shit doesn't affect me. But that's the reality of what you're dealing with. You want people to be deeper involved in things that they can't necessarily be deeper involved with.
he knows critics by name. That already makes him not an average moviegoer. Most people can't name critics. Even Roger Ebert, someone obvious like that. So the average person is already different from Patrick Willems in this sense. But also, him discussing his personal feelings is not contradictory to the general trends of audiences. Objectively, Mahler's stance here is incorrect. Mahler, I wouldn't even care about these small details, by the way, but you make such a big deal when anyone else slips up, and you act so confident about this. Like, this is a big deal, but it doesn't make any sense logically. It sounds like you think you totally got Patrick Willems here, but you really didn't? It's more your tone that makes it sound like you got him, but when you look at the words you're saying, it doesn't make much sense. Now, I do have issues with Willems' video on plot holes. I don't think it's flawless, but these are ultimately arguments about the specific examples Willem uses rather than the core points that he makes. I feel like these examples do distract from the core of what Willems is saying, that we should watch movies more for the experience and less about the logic of individual scenes.
Movies aren't about logic. They're not equations. They're not proofs. They're not puzzles. Movies are not math. Remember that guy in your freshman dorm who would always try to guess the endings of movies so that he could prove that he was smarter than the people who made them? Well, now everyone is turning into that guy.
I agree with that core idea, but as time goes on, I do agree less and less with how he argues this point, and even in some cases, what the core argument he's making even is. In part because, actually, I do think that Batman getting into Gotham at the end of The Dark Knight is a massive plot hole.
The Dark Knight Rises, we never see how Batman gets back to Gotham City. That's a plot hole. One of the earliest cinematic developments was the concept of montage. The idea is that when two images are presented in sequence, the audience understands that they occur chronologically and will mentally fill in the time between scenes.
He's using that really bad video of his to try and justify a point. DMing on the side chat.
So for instance, if a person is in one location and the next scene they're in another location, we understand that in between scenes they traveled between the locations. Movies tend to assume that the audience is reasonably intelligent, but I guess they're wrong. If movies showed us every single second that happened during the span of the story, they would be 40 hours long and really f***ing boring.
That's not the problem people have with that scene, though. It's established that the bridge is guarded on all sides. No one can get in, no one can get out. The military can't even get in without detonating the whole city. If Batman took out one guard, it might trigger a chain reaction, results in the whole city being bombed. So how did Batman get in without being noticed? Well, even then, the other problem is that Batman was established as vulnerable the whole film. He's at his weakest at the start of the film. He's recovering from a serious injury. By having Batman just effortlessly break into Gotham, what ends up happening is it dilutes the tension surrounding Batman's vulnerability as a character, thus breaking the immersion of the scenes that follow and undermining the whole conflict built up throughout the whole film.
You're being objective. You're demonstrating plot holes. You're now being dishonest. You're now being a liar. You're now being deceitful, and a bunch of other bullshit people try to spring up. You're not allowed to do that. Just enjoy content and get excited for next content. You can't criticize things. Criticizing things means you're bad. You need to be able to say it in 1 minute or less. Otherwise, you're yapping. That's not acceptable. That's what you guys fucking sound like when you do this. That's what it fucking sounds like. When people decide to not allow concepts to be understood. When we decide to pick and choose when shit's acceptable and when shit's not. That's what it sounds like. And it's fucking annoying when you do it. It's really fucking annoying. Now, if we did that to you, you'd say, that's horrible, Anthony. But you do that to everybody fucking else in your content. You know that this is a problem. You know it to be a problem. So you try to frame even breadtubers as being responsible for this thing that they're doing. To make it seem like, I'm not one of those guys. But you're in fact one of those guys. It's ridiculous. It'd be one thing if you just say, bro, I'm completely happy I'm married to the game. I ain't got no problem with this shit. I'm just trying to get here and make my money. And I have no fucking problem with it either. Because I'm going to make my money off you. If that's the game we're going to play. But why are we using Mahler as a bad example when the bad examples would be H. Bomber Guy and Pax Willems? You know that they were being contrarian. You understand. You just went through the logic of explaining what the problem was and demonstrated objectively that he lied. Now, there's two answers here. Did he lie because he didn't remember the film? Because he wasn't paying attention? Or did he lie because he had a willfulness to try and present a position that would then get clowned on for, what, a year, 2 years and a half? where he said,
"These movies are made for children. They're space wizards. Stop questioning it."
Which was already mocked beforehand by Red Letter Media in the form of the Nerd Boys podcast and the joke that came from the meme that I just referenced. You have to pick one. Pick either one and you're demonstrating you know what the problem is, and you know you're being facetious. But you gotta pick one.
But rather than get into that infuriating example that Mauler could easily get a home run on, instead he focuses on one quick example about xenomorph blood in the original Alien.
Patrick talks about how many critics are getting facts straight wrong by not paying attention to the movie, as if he is separate from that collective, only to then, in the same video, say this.
In Alien, if the acid can melt through the floor, why doesn't it melt through the entire ship?
Patrick, acid doesn't just burn forever, it will neutralize after it eats through enough material. In fact, that is the immediate concern for the crew of the Nostromo in the film Alien.
That thing's gonna eat through the goddamn harpoon!
After realizing that it could potentially eat through the hull, they then find the spot where it's reaching its end and comment on it. Do you understand how many contradictions we've reached in just a few minutes?
This is the...
So that right there is an objective standard. He demonstrates the point that he's trying to communicate. He communicates that point, and then you don't have an answer for it. Very strange, very weird, quite strange. Very droll. How do? Very droll, very droll. Interesting.
The thing I gotta say, yeah, Mauler is correct in this instance, and Willems is incorrect that it's a plot hole. However, the problem's a little more complicated than that. For one...
Oh, is it more complicated than that? What's more complicated than pay the fuck attention because you're trying to tune shit out because people talk too much? Please, illuminate for us.
Willems brings up the alien blood in a chapter focused on how certain plot holes have explanations in the plot.
I mean, how does Benicio del Toro know the rebels' plans? Nobody told him. That's a plot hole. At least 50% of the plot holes that I see people complain about are things that are actually explained in the movie if you just pay attention. Like that one in The Last Jedi, there's a scene where you see DJ listening as Poe tells Finn and Rose the Resistance's plan. But I guess if you're too busy live tweeting about plot holes, you can miss some stuff. If you want, you can find plot holes anywhere. They're all over your favorite movies. In Lord of the Rings, the Eagles could have just flown the ring to Mount Doom and saved everyone all that trouble. In Toy Story, why does Buzz freeze like the other toys when he thinks he's a real person? In Ocean's 11, how did they get the flyers into the vault? In Cinderella, why does the glass slipper stay when everything else disappears? In Alien, if the acid can melt through the floor, why doesn't it melt through the entire ship? In Gremlins, what does after midnight technically mean? Isn't it always after midnight? How does that rule make any sense? In Star Wars, why does the Death Star have a trash compactor when they can just jettison the trash into space? Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even find plot holes in this video.
One can infer based on the context that Willems might be implying this is an example of one such plot hole that has an explanation in the plot, but that this explanation is less important than your experience watching the film as a collective whole. As I mentioned before, I don't think there's really a one-size-fits-all answer here with how important individual plot contrivances are in the scheme of things. It really does depend on how much the moment breaks immersion for the audience. But here's the problem. Mauler kind of just proved Willems' point for him. All Mauler is doing is pointing out the inconsistencies without addressing the core argument of the video's chapter, that many so-called plot holes have explanations in the plot. I mean, Mauler just did that. He basically just proved Willems' core argument by nitpicking a specific example.
At least 50% of the plot holes that I see people complain about are things that are actually
You're gonna hear that word very often when you hear content from people like Anthony Roncia. They are in love with the statement, nitpicking. I will agree, nitpicking, when you decide to try and take one small thing to try and disprove an entire whole with that argumentation, that's really fucking annoying. Guess who nitpicks more than anybody else? Guess who nitpicks more than anybody else, chat? You'll be surprised at the answer.
explained in the movie if you just pay attention.
Patrick talks about how many critics are getting facts straight wrong by not paying attention to the movie, as if he is separate from that collective, only to then, in the same video, say this.
In Alien, if the acid can melt through the floor, why doesn't it melt through the entire ship? Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even find plot holes in this video.
Do you understand how many contradictions we've reached in just a few minutes?
Which is fascinating. The problem is Mauler has convinced his audience that this one throwaway example is the argument, that it is on its own a specific example of inconsistency. The problem is Mauler's structure...
That's not what he's doing. I'll let him finish, and then I'm going to demonstrate what I'm talking about.
Requires you to look away from a core point to make it. He nitpicks a specific example, a specific component of a moment, and hyperfocuses on this example. By doing so, he takes your attention away from what the filmmaker or essayist or what have you is trying to actually accomplish. By doing this, what he ultimately does is create a false argument. By disproving this false argument, he convinces his audience that he's correct.
And so you accuse him of ad hominem, argument ad fatum, and a bunch of other Martin Bailey tactics.
And he never actually has to address Willem's core, full argument in its entirety. This is a core tenet of Mauler's style. Create a substitute argument based on an example. Focus on that one example, and by the time he stops criticizing that example, you, the audience, have already forgotten what the person he was arguing against was actually saying. It creates a substitute.
Here's the problem with that. You can rewind a piece of material and read it and watch it again! It's like if I criticize something that someone says. and their response to something is, no, Carl, you need to give a single answer breakdown of something. But I know that the thing that they're asking is very complex. We call that an after-action report. So, if I say, the reason why you forgot what I said is because you're not paying attention, and then a person says, no, you're just taking too long to answer, and I then say, no, I'm actually not. I've only said something for 2 minutes. You didn't pay attention to what I said, because every time I speak, you sigh, get exasperated, and say, bro, just yapping just to yap, and miss the entire point that your fly's undone. On top of the fact of not listening to what I said. You would have noticed that had you had listened to what I said 2 seconds ago, which was, your fly was unzipped, but you were so busy yapping that you didn't even notice that I was talking directly to you. This is how most people behave. It's not just circular reasoning, it's not just circular thinking. It is behavior that directly creates the circumstances that then causes us, as people, to speak past each other. So forget just the Mott and Bailey that he constructed, saying that, no, Mahler's bad faith. He's not listening to what people are saying. He's not even concerned with that. Mahler is a stand-in for what he wants to actually attack, which is slop YouTuber, bad faith, nitpicking controversies, and the people who have them. But remember when he did this? Do you remember, chat? Because it was the basis upon which we criticized him for his Dark Souls-like universe of dark humor and dark, gritty realism for Sailor Moon. He didn't have a true commitment to the position. It was just a thought exercise. It was just an experiment. Don't think too hard about it. Except that you should consider that these choices that I'm making, that are integral to how this work was written, by that woman, the mangaka, that wrote Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon. She wrote that way specifically because she was writing to inform an idea of the plot. And I'm choosing to fuck with that plot because I find it boring and think I can punch it up and make it better. That is exactly the same thing he is accusing him of in this instance. It's just that now he's the one presenting the content, so you should believe him when he says it. Who are you going to believe, chat? Me or your lying ears? If you ever get confused by something a person says or does, you can literally just fucking look at what they said and read it and listen to it again. Make sure you heard them right the first time, and then pounce on whatever you think is the thing that you would like to speak on that people would then call a nitpick. Then after you've done so, try to figure out how they arrived at that conclusion. Figure out what they're doing that's causing them to do that. That will help you arrive at figuring out if a person is just being a jackass, or if they are legitimately doing something that's making them forget that they exist in a world where people don't have a direct line to their brainstem, so they can divine what they're thinking and saying at all times, as though we're objective beings that can do such a thing. This is where criticism on the internet falls down and flusters. This is why we have the problem of people talking past each other, because we're not always being honest. Sometimes people do things under motivations and sly intentions. Sometimes people make mistakes. In this instance, this is not a mistake of Patrick Wilhelm. That's how he speaks. He's being contrarian, and he's being abrasive to get interaction, engagement, and views, while at the same time doing it in a style that people have come to recognize as a bit, a running joke, a gag, a theme, that he makes heart of the tier of his content. The same way that I can. However, he uses this theme to cover up the smugness of his attitude and idea, and the philosophy of what it does when he chooses to behave, act, and write that way. Which has a consequence on how we choose to interpret his words, and how we take his actions to task. Whether or not we believe he's being considerate or not. Same thing anybody could do. From the tone of voice that I just used, to the words I just used, to the argument that I just presented. All that yapping I just did, I'm still doing. These things affect how people interpret information. Mahler does not do this for that same way. He does not put on an affectation of voice just to clickbait and anger bait someone to get a reaction out of them. He just speaks like that. And it sounds like you're tone policing him more than you are trying to analyze what should be a wrong thought. Which is weird and lame and cringe and gay. And you deserve to be mocked about because it's dumb and lame and cringe and gay.
argument in the mind of the audience that Mahler can then deconstruct and break down.
His video on plot holes was so poorly constructed that despite the positive ratings on the video itself, an overwhelming proportion of top comments are in disagreement with him.
Other arguments Mahler makes in this video, though, are less compelling than the Willems one. Take this, for example.
A fan base will always appreciate a good new video, but once you have time to discuss it, videos with awful argumentation start to fall apart. I would say that one of the most accurate examples of this clear disconnect would be Joseph Anderson's attempt at explaining why horror games don't scare him, and his follow-up video. His first video was very confusing in structure, conflating his feelings with facts while presenting that an entire genre is fundamentally broken. This served to reveal a sense of ignorance in the exploration of said genre, and I've honestly never seen such a major portion of the comment section in complete disagreement. Similarly to Patrick and H. Bomber Guy, these were despite the positive ratings.
So I decided to watch Joseph Anderson's video, and I didn't find the argument particularly complex or difficult to follow. The core argument...
He said something that can be understood as a part of a chronology. But I did it, chat, and I don't know what you mean when you ask me if I had breakfast on Monday. I don't even remember what I did last night. Truthfully, he cannot imagine an egg.
It can be summed up simply as, because horror games have no consequence for dying, and in fact encourage you to retry levels again and again, death holds no real fear. There's no real consequence for the monsters and horror in the game. And
that's a goddamn lie, because there is footage of me playing video games with horror on her birthday last year, of me getting jump scared inside of content warning. Like content warning, and also, what else did we play? Phasmophobia? Yeah. It can happen. And I'm not somebody who plays horror games on camera often. Mostly because I don't enjoy them in that way, because unfortunately people have spoiled the majority of every single horror game to me. Nothing against those people, it's just the fact that I get to enjoy them on my own time. Because if I don't enjoy them on my own time, me no get the ability to be interactive with content.
And it becomes more of a puzzle than a fearful experience.
Typically, a main character in a video game can't die. Sure, they can get ripped apart, impaled through the chest, blown up, all sorts of things, but they always come back. Sometimes it's contextualized within the game's world, sometimes it's a simple reload screen and you're good as new. Better, actually, since you've learned something to avoid that same death next time. See, it's because of the interactive nature that this doesn't work. When a character is in danger in a movie or a book, there's already a set ending for them. They very well could die in the scene that you're watching, or face lasting repercussions for mistakes. There's tension because every injury and every death is canon, whereas a death in a game is a release in tension instead of cranking the pressure even higher. You hit a fail state and restart. Suddenly that monster that killed you isn't nearly as threatening anymore since you've just experienced the reincarnation superpower of your character that you always knew was there but may have blissfully ignored until now. Imagine this happening in a movie. Death ruins horror games.
He then argues that games that have permadeath in it are actually more intense and frightening than, say, your Silent Hills, where you can die again and again and again and just reload as if nothing happened. The argument isn't particularly complicated. In fact, Mahler also mentions that the comments were against him as well, but having looked at the top comments, the ones that got the most engagement were either positive or slight pushback on some points, but not really a full rejection of his ideas, as Mahler implies. I don't know if Mahler just didn't get the arguments or demanded something more complicated, but the video is pretty simple. It's very straightforward, it's a very basic take, and it looks like Mahler is deliberately misrepresenting the comments, or, over time, the comments have become kinder to this video.
He's lying to you. He's lying to you. How do I know? Because, you see, I said that it must be something different than what it is, and therefore I'm right. Glaze me. Glaze me. Glaze me.
Unclear which. Though, if you asked Mahler, he'd probably say his opposition creates the straw man, not himself. That his opposition makes up and misconstrues things that he says, not the other way around.
Patrick. That's what a persuasive argument is, you dumbass. You are on a metaphysical stage in the form of a monk debate, except the actual platform is YouTube, and you are showing opposing arguments against each other. It is your job to convince, deceive, and get me to side with you. If you go out of your way to say something other than what I said, and we get to the point where I have to hold you to account by making you repeat exactly the words I said, as I said them, so that we can know that we're on the same page, talking about the same thing with the same argument, that means you're being bad faith. Because I should be able to assume that you're not being bad faith. That way, we can engage with the discussion of the subject matter in question, and I don't have to ask questions like, bro, did you even watch my video? This is a very basic thing. This is a very, very basic thing. Also, it's so bad you're putting Movie Bob up here, because Movie Bob is a perfect case example of exactly why that is a very simple thing to understand. Doesn't mean that it's not possible to run afoul of the problem that always happens, which is you just end up talking past each other. But, witwally, the exact thing I'm talking about.
Rick and many others like him are so woefully beyond inconsistent that their only recourse is to invent quotes from their opposition in order to make them look more ridiculous by comparison. It's a hypocritical straw man, and it's not very effective. While this backward logic is splattered across different conversational threads, my channel has been generating more and more interest from people who enjoy the central premise. People who rather clearly understand what I'm actually doing here. So no worries, folks. I'm fully aware of them trying to play the semantics game to discredit my work and the work of many other creators.
Not for nothing, but it looks like Joseph Anderson's video also profoundly ratioed Mahler's original video response to him.
That's not how things work. A ratio is not when person gets more views and more likes on video. That is something specific to microblogging, where the thing that is getting ratioed is being ratioed because a person tried to make a smug comment and then people reacted in real time. People who are being served videos on a website where we have no ability to control, even know if our content is being seen by the people that we'd like it seen by, that is exemplar. It is exemplar of exactly the fuck shit of what brings us here and brought you to my view today. You are not being ratioed, you're not ratioing. You're just getting reactions and views on content. And then you're telling people based on that information, see, he's getting his ass beat, he's getting his ass beat. But actually, I'm not. It's all a matter of perspective, you see. If people hear me have an interaction with Star, right? Let's be hypothetical, although this is something that has happened in voice comms. Somebody hears me and Star doing something in the distance, and somebody then tells somebody like Horror, you have to go save Carl. He's getting beaten by his wife. He's getting beaten by his wife. And Horror looks in on the VOD of the information that she was told was supposed to be evidence of me getting beaten by my woman. And then she listens to it. She really listens to it and says, Carl's not getting beaten. And they say, no, I definitely heard it. He said, baby, please, no, stop. Ah! That is her then going to turn around and say, no, that is not him being beaten by his wife. That's him getting something that they both actively ask for. That is you misunderstanding something because of your perspective from which you came from. Something that can easily happen if people end up talking past each other and not doing the due diligence of knowing what the fuck they're listening to, looking at, and talking about, which is something that can happen to fucking anybody. Literally anybody. Anybody can fall afoul of this. But the YouTube equivalent of this happening is when we tell people something and then somebody comes out of nowhere and makes some shit up that we never fucking said about the thing we want to talk about in the first place. And then suddenly, I have to account for 50 billion interpretations that were never said, never implied, never looked for, that came from a group of people that just decided to make some shit up. Just make some shit up! And pretend that that shit was reasonable or rational. When it is, in fact, schizophrenic. This is the reality of YouTube. That is the reality of the people who are doing it on YouTube. It would be very helpful if the people in question were not acting like this. But unfortunately, people in fact do act like this. All the time. With content that doesn't even need people to just make the shit up. Because it's right there. You can watch it. You can rewatch it. You can go through with an audience and pick it apart. In fact, they've actively done this, especially when it comes to things like Lily Orchard and such things like their writing videos. Of course, from the left-wing and right-wing perspective, things that they decide are good or bad depends on whether or not they decided they can bully you about it. So, for those two writers that were gay and or queered-coded, that said, if you don't have minorities in your work, you're just being a hecking chud of a racist. Same thing. You don't have to take my word for it. You can watch the content. I covered it. Jay covered it. From every angle in which this involves, this is the way that this kind of gish gallop works. It doesn't make it right. It just makes you overly opinionated. And the over-opinionation is not the problem. It's the lying about the opinion that annoys people. It's the lying that pisses us off. By all means, call us dumb, call us stupid, and hate us, but please hate us honestly. Because when you lie to people about what we actually think and believe, it gives us more reason to defend ourselves. You're not making it harder for Mahler to convince people that people are just going out of their way to make some shit up and then say that's what he meant. No, you're just not listening and watching and actively come from it from a perspective that allows you to do so and say there's nothing wrong with the fact that you chose to frame it the way that you did. Like, that shit's not cruel and unusual. But again, what do I know? I'm just some chud.
These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
But what matters is Mahler wants to say his arguments are based on objective reasoning, while conflating his opponent's reviews with opinions.
Speaking of which, Joseph responded to the criticism with an extreme...
If it would help in the case when they say objective, imagine deductive and inductive reasoning. Approaching with an objective opinion and trying to see the whole piece of work, not just for the sum of its parts, but for the execution in question. Basically deductive reasoning. And then using that deductive reasoning and their vibe about it to say whether or not the work itself is or isn't in good faith. Or is or isn't slop.
Extremely condescending video explaining that it is in fact on the viewer to figure out which statements he makes are subjective and which are objective. This absolves him of any responsibility in his own writing, placing the blame directly on the viewers. As a result, the comment section ravaged him once again. These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
Okay, let's work with that and examine the methods he uses to determine objectivity in a narrative.
Many people across all debate, discussion, and discourse from the dawn of time have put in a strong effort to blur the line between subjectivity and objectivity. If not by malice or ignorance, it is a backward way to win an argument, to redefine a landscape until your feelings are considered fact, with no regard for what the very definitions of those words even are. And with more
which is exactly what I just described.
More and more controversial discussions taking place, you will eventually find the word opinion is thrown around far more than references to the topic being discussed. The purpose behind it, in this case, is to champion the idea that there is no such thing as good or bad content, that everyone is simply sharing their perspective. You know, the mentality that everyone gets a medal no matter what.
Mahler argues the reason why people want to avoid saying things are objectively good or bad is out of some perceived everyone does a good job mentality, which, no, that's not why. They don't believe things can be objectively good or bad. That's why they don't say it. It's not that they have some interior motivation, they just don't believe that's the case, because they perceive good or bad to be subjective arguments. And the thing is, Mahler knows this is the case, because he just said it 5 seconds prior.
Separating how they feel from the art itself is something they disagree with at the core, so of course they get upset when you point out a flaw they can't reconcile emotionally. But this is not a foreign concept for them. They are fully aware of the difference between objectivity and subjectivity, and they know when content is poorly made. It simply doesn't apply when it's their sacred cow. Thus, they end up taking criticism as a personal insult, but good lord, that is not the case.
But let's add a little bit of a lack of self-awareness there in hypocrisy, shall we?
Besides, it's much easier to simply smear people who disagree with you rather than open a discussion. Isn't that right, Quentin?
To state that your opinions, which mostly come down to things like thoughts about the lore and nitpicks about dialogue, are objective facts that can never be disputed by anyone is ridiculous.
Yeah, good going there, showing him what's for by smearing him right back after you claimed he smeared you. That's not hypocritical.
No, that is him pointing out the thing that's happening, you insipid fucking oaf.
At all.
These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
The point of a review is to argue your point, to convince the other side that you are correct, rather than say...
No, it is not! Your job is not to convince the other side. Your job is to provide a persuasive argument to be able to explain things to those in the middle. Because you're already convinced of your position, and more than likely you're not going to convince them out of theirs. But what you can do is show people where you're coming from. Literally showing your mental rigor and work. And by showing this mental rigor and work, you can say, listen, I tried to explain it to you as best as I can, but you're blank. So if they don't listen to you and they actively try to stop you from explaining, look, I tried to tell you what I feel and what I thought and what I observed, but you don't want to listen to me, you just want to talk over me. Or, if they are being facetiously bad faith, they do exactly what Mahler just did. You understand what I'm saying to you, you just decided that because it's your sacred cow, that it's off limits. And I don't fuck with that. That shit's dumb and annoying and I divest myself of that. Which is what Mahler does. Framing differently is you framing him as a socialite bully. And I'm sorry, the last I checked, the current content creator that's currently doing that is the Birdman. Not Birdman, the Birdman. With an E in the name. And I believe an underscore too. When he goes out of his way to frame somebody as a jigaboo, that is exactly what he's doing. But, you know, let's not play dumb. Playing dumb is for people like me. But I play stupid. And I play with people's emotions.
If something's objectively bad, they try to convince you that their opinion that something is bad is accurate. The thing is, though, with that structure, you have to have a convincing argument. You have to be able to convince the other side that you're correct. And to do this, you must use detail that is compelling. To use an argument that is compelling, based on evidence that the other side might find convincing. When analyzing if a film is good or bad, you can go, well, what elements are not great about it? How is it made? Is the acting realistic or unrealistic? Is it compelling? Can you feel the emotions on the scene? Is the script consistent? Which is something Mahler particularly has a thing about. But you have to then analyze those objective details and then look at the side and say, what does this mean to the audience? How does this impact the audience? How does it impact the greater narrative? And that is a little trickier. Let me give you an example right now. This bookshelf, this one right here, all of this, it is messy. I have a lot of books and not a ton of space. Does this mean I have objectively a bad set? Well, no. It communicates the message I want it to communicate. A casual, slightly chaotic, disorganized, well-loved bookshelf. I always hated how super organized some reviewers are with their bookshelves. Like,
please note that he just described the fact that everything he does in his set, in his room, is an affectation and is not a representation of how much he actually loves the content that's behind him, because this is effectively a set. Please keep in mind that he just admitted that blatantly. So he understands the point of what's being discussed, and then just added himself on the side like a treat. As a treat.
I watched a lot of book talk growing up, and they always had these like color-coordinated bookshelves, and I always felt like, well, do you actually read these books? Like, if you take the book out and just read it casually, are you just like disrupting the flow? You have to have is it more decoration than function? I mean, I could neaten up all these books if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to, so I'm not going to. I choose not to. Not out of negligence, but out of a choice. Because I read these books and I take them off the shelves a lot, and it's going to get disorganized in 5 seconds anyway, so might as well have a loose assembly of where they are. The only objective detail here is it's not organized. It is your subjective opinion if you find that cozy, familiar, distracting, annoying, irritating, whatever. That's your opinion. But the objective detail, bookshelf is messy. See how that works? Now to expand this to a film, tons of objective details litter a shot. But it's your takeaway that makes them matter to a critic, and thus to an audience. You have to then convince the audience that your interpretation of these details is correct. It's not about participation trophies, it's about putting pressure on the critic to better convince the audience of their perspective.
The critic. Here's what I think about theory. The viewer. But I don't understand. Why did the author choose to make the curtains blue? I hope I triggered most of you to have a fucking reality of exactly how stupid that is. I'm gonna summarize. It's not the conversation, but it's the way we're having the conversation. It's not the take, it's the way you communicated the take. I don't believe your opinion because I think that you're doing the same thing too. So I'm gonna engage in that exact same behavior. Your argument doesn't seem to be very persuasive, Mahler, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take it out of its entire context. Oh my god, when I did that, suddenly, the context, it didn't matter anymore. At least to what my purposes were. Da-da-da-da. Brain melting levels of argumentation, dude. Brain melting levels of argumentation.
Saying it's in my opinion can be used as a crutch by some critics, but I have to think of it more as the idea that by saying it's your opinion, you have to convince the other side that you're right. If I disagree with you, I'll be sure to disagree with you vocally. And I have. Now, at this point, Mahler references both The Room and CinemaSins as being quote-unquote works of art that people generally accept are bad.
Participation is now enough to celebrate quality. Everybody who was in the race now gets a first-place medal. It's as if they no longer want to recognize how well the goal was completed or how shockingly it was failed. Of course, this doesn't apply when talking about The Room or Birdemic, or how about CinemaSins? It is very difficult to find anyone who declares CinemaSins is a channel of quality. However, CinemaSins is a form of art. He has transformed the original content for a different purpose. Surely whether his work is bad is purely subjective. Of course, I don't see it that way, but what I'm trying to show is that they do use objectivity as a scale when it suits them. But that fights their principle of everything coming down to an opinion. So you will only find it happening with the things they so desperately want beaten into the ground.
And that doesn't even include the examples of when they choose to make things that are obvious, clear jokes be conflated as though they are also the exact same. So, conflating something that we very clearly damn well know is just a nitpick, or is just a rag, or is just a very topical meme, now transforms into a world-class, world-breaking opinion that everybody's got to see and hear about the motives and the subject matter in question, even if the subject matter in question isn't actually effective for the purposes that it should be. Just because other people thought it was convincing too. Because hey, if the argument convinced this person who doesn't know the information or the details or the idea or the thought, it means it should convince you too, right? What are you, a hater? Come on, consume the content, watch the video, don't think, don't argue, don't be one of those.
Well, first off, Mahler, you seriously overestimate the number of people who like CinemaSins, even in 2025. Especially 6 years ago when you made this video, I remember hearing stories of people putting CinemaSins on at bars and people like cheering it on. Like, that's anecdotal. I've heard that before. I never saw it personally, but like, come on, like people are watching it, laughing, getting along with it, drunk, echoing the opinion CinemaSins had, looking for sins in media. Tons of people do that. It was very well widely done. There is
Hey, you know what that sounds like, Anthony Ramucha? You'll be surprised when you find out this out. There's this channel, right, called Extra Credits, and they once said if you watch a piece of medium and content that you find objectionable, people will then laugh along with it and make a meme out of it. I think there's this thing. I think there's this concept that gets often used by people called hate watching. And I don't know if I'll trust the opinions of people who are drunk at a bar, but you know what I will trust? A group of content creators also getting drunk at a bar. An open bar! I am beyond annoyed. You cannot tell the frustration that I have. Chad, you do not understand how vexed I am in this situation scenario. I am truly perplexed. I am truly perplexed.
There's no contradiction in saying that some people see that as compelling. They make an argument, and people cannot be convinced or unconvinced. I'm personally unconvinced by it. I think CinemaSins is garbage, but that is a subjective perspective on the objective details provided.
But since you brought it up, let's talk about The Room for a second, shall we? It's a cult classic because of how inept the film is.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
So can we say that it's an objectively poorly made film, and because of that objectively poorly made perspective, that it is in fact then objectively bad? And that the reason it's at cult classic standard isn't because the work is good, but because other people look at that work and think, oh my god, what were they thinking, bro? I love when people come around to the position that he says, close enough!
Oh, hi, Mark.
It's a demonstration of the incredible technical skill it takes to make even a mediocre film, by showing what happens when very few of those technical skills are present in the making of a film.
What a story, Mark.
And yet, despite these shortcomings, the film is still widely regarded, widely referenced. It's more widely referenced than, say, the Academy Award-winning film Shakespeare in Love, because
it's known for being bad. That is not the same thing as being known for being critically acclaimed. Especially considering we can't trust the opinion of the Academy, because the Academy actively skips shit. Surprise, surprise! The same opinion you are about to use to glaze the argument you are about to make persuasively is the reason why people don't trust certain types of people. Wow! How'd that happen?
Unlike Shakespeare in Love, people actually enjoy watching The Room. Despite both being over 20 years old, one is in the conversation while the other isn't. There's a reason why some films become so bad they're good, as opposed to others that are just so bad they're bad. Because objective details that you can cite as good or bad do not always add up to the same sum. Birdemic 1 and 2, for example. The first one is, I think it's trash too, but people liked it well enough as a so bad it's good film to laugh at. The second film does much the same as the first, but it's terrible. While the first one felt sincere, the second one felt staged. Even though objectively they are very similar, they do much the same things, the scenes are kind of the same, audiences rejected the second one in favor of the first. We can argue as to why, like the lack of sincerity behind the project, just repeating the last film's moments, but this, I think, ultimately proves that a pure objective cataloging of what happens in a film isn't enough. You need to ask, subjectively, how did this film resonate with you? For example, it's my opinion that both films, Birdemic 1 and 2, are unwatchable garbage, enjoyable only by people filtering out the best bits. But that's my opinion. And I could probably convince you of this by just making a montage of all the boring driving scenes when nothing happens in the film. I won't because I don't want to waste your time, but I could.
Man, that was a good movie. An inconvenient truth.
That is it. I'm getting myself a car that's environmentally friendly.
The problem I have is that Mahler conflates summary with review, as is the case when he shows a montage of critical errors in misrepresenting scenes in films and gameplay mechanics that he's done in the past.
I think I should be clear.
That's not the reason why he does that. He does that for the same reason any of us would do it, or the reason why I would do it in any longer review. Because it's B-roll footage that's there to fill the space as he's pointing out points that are then going to be referenced in the material of what he's criticizing on screen, when he then digs into his deeper point. Because the YouTube Content ID system does not allow us to do a full watch review of what we consider to be a bad example. Because that would be both showing DMCA content and a lazy form of editing. Of course, if we want to do a Riff Jacks version, that's something people could do too. But, that's not the argument you think it is. Or you're dumb. I don't know. Take your pick, chat. Take your pick.
here and saying that anyone, including myself, likely in this very series of videos, will eventually, in their lives, create bad pieces of content, and it can be assessed for a conclusion. There are plenty of ways to determine it. Let's start with getting facts wrong. That would be a big one. We open up in the 1970s with two characters that have a plan to share weaponry to communities surrounding the area with Wakandan technology because of the struggle that persists. No, it was set in 1992. What's wrong with you? As far as I'm concerned, plenty of these show an opportunity for a backstab to activate, and it comes across as the game falling asleep. Don't you know that the Jester robes are immune to backstabs, you hack? We then see the Hulk has been transported directly to Camotage. No, it was Sanctum Sanctorum. How can you call yourself a critic? Yes, these are a few moments of several in which I get things wrong. Do you know why? Because there is objective information that I failed to research correctly. I made mistakes in the art I created. My work is therefore flawed, affecting the overall objective quality. This is possible when you understand that objectivity exists in art.
These are objective errors, sure, but they're also just summation. It doesn't offer much perspective on the films or games he's talking about. It's just telling you what happens in it. And that's not enough. When you look at what Mahler counts as his personal mistakes, he counts getting a date wrong, summarizing a character standing still, and the Hulk landing in a building as his big mistakes. But that's not analysis. There's nothing really to that. If those details were changed, and if those details were different, it really wouldn't change the core arguments. He's selecting these because they're non-essential, small details they can point to and say, look, I got things wrong too, without actually fundamentally reassessing the conclusions he makes in his various videos.
That's wrong. It's for the same reason I said earlier that if you have to specifically call out the things that are being done, it is shown that it is somehow a flaw of the work that can then be used by other people to show how your work either is extremely flawed and should not be listened to, or something you see yourself when on the rewatch as you watch it back, a breadcrumb. If I repeat myself, he's not offering up a breadcrumb for him to be able to run away from the situation so that he's not held to criticism for something that he's done or is doing. It is specifically, explicitly, literally, hey, I fucked up. Here's me fixing the fact that I fucked up. And here's the credit to the person who complained and said that I fucked up, nicely and politely. Because if he were to ignore that person and say, no, I'm not, I'm completely right, and you're fucking stupid, what would actually happen is that then someone would take a video and they'd make their video about his video, and they would demonstrate all of those examples of him getting things wrong, and then they would say things like, oh, I don't know, if he can't even get details about the movie right, did he even pay attention and watch it? And since the goal is to make sure that he is showing his persuasive argument, and he's doing so in a way where he's making a full, complete picture, not just of himself, but also the other people, that is him properly mapping his opinions onto and with contribution to someone else's. Meaning, he is showing you what he thinks, and he is then mapping back what your effective argument is saying to him. In other words, reading between the lines, cutting through the bullshit. If a person acts like a bastard to me, and I say to that person, hey, why are you being a dick to me? Ever since I mentioned that I was dating insert name here, you decided to start being aggressive towards me. Well, bro, I'm not being aggressive. I just feel like you're not the kind of person we want around here. I'm very upset, and I'm mad that you're smashing insert name here behind my back. That's what it sounds like. That's what's happening. That's what most content creators and reviewers are doing. Because, as Mahler's already said, you know and understand the metrics of how the word works. You understand what you're saying, and you understand what the arguments mean, because you're demonstrating in your argument that you know exactly what the fuck we're saying, and exactly what the fuck we're talking about. And you then inform people saying that we don't know, or that he is wrong. No, that is not the case. And so, we're not going down like that, because that's garbage and bullshit. to the kitchen real quick. Oh, yes, indeed, Ace Detective. God bless Georgia Internet.
Yeah, it's a good summary, maybe, but it's not compelling. Does anyone else find that compelling? Because I find it boring. If I wanted to know what happens...
We're not necessarily concerned with how you find it compelling, considering it's the general audience of people who should find it compelling. Again, arguments are not for convincing the other person, they're for convincing the person in the middle. You should try to want to convince the other person, but if they're not willing to hear you out and actually open themselves up to the opportunity of understanding whether or not they can understand what you're saying, you have to accept that they had no intention on actually listening to what you had to say, and are more interested in talking past you.
In a movie, I'll just watch the movie. And Mahler, thankfully, is better than most at the summary game because a lot of people online just summarize episodes of shows or videos and movies, and they call it a day. That's the extent of their analysis, and it's boring. It's lazy.
Yeah, because it's very easy to just simply say, I watched all of Season 1 of Grimm, and here's what I learned. I watched all of Riverdale, and here's what happened. It's a form of content strategy, and it's a very effective one. Congratulations. You've arrived at the same goal that most of us have.
It doesn't give you perspective on the media. It's just a lazy recount of something that already exists, and it's like diminishing returns. You can just watch the movie yourself. When I look at media analysis on YouTube, I look for media analysis. I don't look for just, oh hey, this happened in the movie, yay. I look for an opinion. If you're gonna go by shot by shot by shot, you better offer compelling information alongside the shot by shot by shot analysis. Mahler does attempt this, and I will give credit where credit is due. He does break free from summary, typically. But his review style also incorporates summary as a major component that I think pads out his reviews with unnecessary, redundant information. It's not that his reviews are long. I have long videos. So does H Bomber Guy, who he criticizes here. And really, so does Quentin Reviews, who has them all beat with his length. But I think the problem is, it's not compelling.
And even in regard to Mahler's errors, there's many more he's not acknowledging. User Domo3000 put together a 2-hour video, over 2 hours actually, cataloging all the errors that Mahler makes in regards to Dark Souls 2. And while I could just play the entire video to show you what he gets wrong, he really goes by bit across the entire video to catalog every individual error Mahler makes. And this video really helped with me understanding Mahler's difficulties as a critic.
But when it comes to these people, facts are frustrating because it can force a strongly held position to face scrutiny when they would prefer to simply enjoy their perspective while letting others know they are incorrect for having theirs. This approach to analysis is novel and oftentimes very entertaining, but it will leave you completely inconsistent and outright embarrassing to listen to, especially when you begin to completely contradict your own thesis without even realizing it.
There will always be people for whom an experience just isn't for them, or who are too dumb to understand how to play something, or don't realize that something they think is good is objectively bad. Some people really like Fallout 3, and they seem to be the specific type of people who think clicking a dislike button is a decent way of expressing their feelings. In other words, objectively stupid people like Fallout 3. And there is a right way to play the Souls games. You can hide behind the shield a lot, die over and over trying to memorize every encounter, or use magic from a distance to avoid having to engage with the game, or wear the heaviest armor and hope that'll save you. But the reality is, it's just more fun playing it as someone who dodges, who weaves, who parries, and who uses situational awareness to assess a situation.
But speaking of H Bomber Guy,
Pause. Rewind. Like the vid. But fun as a quantifiable, objective thing with the right way to play a game is something I can't get behind. Had the same issue with your Fallout 3 video. It's surprising that someone with such a genuinely smart approach to analysis is so close-minded to others' preferences and experiences on what constitutes fun. Edit. In response to some replies, not all of us have the same reflexes, skills, natural abilities, or even time to find the more difficult risk and reward way of playing the game the fun way. Fun to many of us is being able to actually play and finish the game, lol. That is correct. Because when he then says this,
hope that'll save you. But the reality is, it's just more fun playing it as someone who dodges, who weaves, who parries, and who uses situational awareness to assess a situation.
But speaking of H Bomber Guy, the one...
This is what then comes away with what then gets considered as the snob's opinion of content and creation, right? Because now we're stepping away from Mahler is a big, bad, dumb, poo-poo meanie head who doesn't get videos right, and now we're stepping into the arena of my expertise. Not everybody's going to play the video game that's currently on the screen, which is Don't Starve Together. It's a sandbox survival game. However, if they were to play this video game the same way that I am currently playing it, with mods or without mods, they would still come to the conclusion that they are having to engage with the material in what is effectively not so much a sandbox survival game anymore, as it is a boss rush hidden in plain sight. Whether they choose to use a particular character the way that they are designed to be played as a part of their reworked skill system, or they choose to play a custom character that just has completely broken skills that should never be involved in the game, or it's a glorified skin that changes nothing, or they play a total conversion mod that changes everything, they're still having to play within the sandbox of what was designed by the designers. And just like the sandbox of the theater of the mind that was designed by the movie makers, the objective of understanding material and media is to consume more of it, to shape the vocabulary in which you choose to describe other things. You cannot be able to describe what umami means until you actually eat food that was made with an umami flavor. You cannot be able to describe to somebody what spicy is until you eat something that has varying levels of capsaicin. You cannot be able to describe how a video is put together poorly or well unless you're able to consume multiple styles of videos. And this is the argument we're at. Consumption of multiple ways of playing, consumption of multiple ways of interpreting, and multiple ways of interpreting, displaying, and then effectively regurgitating in most people's cases, and in many other people's cases informing the watcher of how they feel about the particular persuasive argument and the presentation of content therefore in front of them about the subject matter they are focusing on. We can only watch a film from beginning to end. The same way that he said we want to play the game and finish it, many people want to watch the film and have seen it. How they then walk away from the greater lesson being communicated as a main idea is outside the scope of did they watch it and what did they think. Some of these matter more than others. Some of these can be considered contrarian by the particular groups of people who then choose to engage in that form of contrarianism. But in the greater sphere of things, the part that really matters here, the one that's really important, is the amount of effort that goes into understanding if they truly communicate that concept, or if they're just talking past each other. In many cases, they're talking past each other right now. Dead ass. Words, 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 but it takes a lot more time to clean up a mess than it does to make it.
And I do find compelling, Marlowe then presents H. Bomber Guy not responding to his dumb tweet as objective proof that H. Bomber Guy was angry at him after listening to a clear joke and completely misunderstanding what H. Bomber Guy's point was. It's kind of weird.
You guys remember H. Bomber Guy. He acknowledged my existence again on Twitter. It was wonderful. Last time he spoke to me, it was about my DS2 series, and in relation to someone saying they couldn't be bothered to watch any more than 10 minutes, he had this to say at the end of the conversation. Have you ever eaten something bad and stopped? Or realized there were 8 more courses and stopped? Because I think people who do that might still have some relevant criticism. And in response, I said, that is an interesting analogy, and had someone watch part 1 and offered criticism for it, I'm sure it would be helpful. But to eat a potato and complain that the entire meal tastes bad is simply not useful at all. He chose not to respond to me again after that exchange. You're 100% entitled to your opinion, and you noticed a bunch of genuine mistakes I made in the video, but pretending that your opinion is the only one based in facts, and people who find that approach tiresome are just scared of the truth, is a bit of an overstep. So I responded by asking why he's trying to make me look crazy by implying that I think my opinions are facts due to achieving objectivity. I don't think you're a bad person. I simply don't agree with your approach to video game criticism. It's a little immature to write as if you've achieved objectivity and I'm out to make you look crazy for it. And I'd recommend, like, chilling out. Lol.
I guess it's easy to win a fight with an opponent made of straw.
You are damn right, Harris. Pointed out a criticism of mine that was not valid as it was clearly taking a joke seriously. I responded that even if it were a joke, I provided context so that viewers would understand that and choose to ignore me or see the argumentation for how weak it was regardless. I kept getting notifications of that conversation as time went on, likely because it was featured at the end of my Last Jedi series. As a result, many had a problem with how sheepishly he responded to my criticism.
It's very oversensitive, I think, in my opinion, of Mahler to get this angry about H. Bomber Guy's response to him.
He's not angry, though. And therein lies the problem. Literally, exactly what I just said. In reference with my, I'm being assaulted by my woman, when actually I'm being exactly where I want to fucking be in a situation I put myself in and constructed to create that outcome. He's not angry. He's not annoyed. He's not taking him out of his words. He's not trying to strawman him. He's not gish galloping. He is showing the context behind what created the conversation and how he arrived at his opinion and what his actual opinion is. That's his normal voice. Because he speaks the way he does, you then decide that actually he must be gibbering mad. No one's allowed to have jokes. And when somebody recognizes, oh no, we know that it's a joke, I just don't care. Because the point of what I'm trying to communicate is this. Suddenly, the worst thing since sliced bread happens. And all of a sudden, as if nobody can explain it, we find ourselves here. Dealing with what I can only be able to fully describe as fucking cope. My words, not yours. Truly, pedantism if I've ever seen it.
These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
Ignoring how Mahler spends so much time with this video complaining about tweets H-Bomber made, what I find so strange about all this is that H-Bomber incorporates objective criticism into his work. I know it was made years after Mahler's vid, but H-Bomber objectively said, James Somerton plagiarized. The difference there is that H-Bomber used this objective evidence to provide his subjective claim that Somerton was a hack and should be disregarded as a critic.
As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018. A minimum of 22 contain some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers, and hey, welcome back Unrequited. He took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
Any question of morality or the ethical decision one should make with internet information is inherently subjective. But because the video essay was so convincing and so compelling, it felt like the only logical conclusion to draw from H-Bomber information.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Somerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me.
This is also a huge difference in H-Bomber style versus Mahler's. Mahler basically states in videos his general opinions prior to providing evidence, then uses the objective structure of his review to provide the thesis he states at the beginning.
So permit me, if you will, to go on a rant about the state of video essays and reviews on YouTube these days. Star Wars The Last Jedi was panned quite thoroughly across much of YouTube, but since it is a part of such a popular franchise, it had plenty of fans remaining, as does anything with that kind of reach. At this juncture, however, thanks to months of discussion, most points have been brought to the logical baseline, with some who apparently haven't heard a single counter-argument still trailing to join the discussion. At the end of my assessment, I said that the film was overall objectively bad in terms of filmmaking. It is of poor quality.
Or, possibly worse, Mahler starts like it's a CinemaSins video.
Oh fuck, let's get this over with. Black Panther opens with a neat animation explaining the history of Wakanda.
He does this on his EFAP live streams to an extent, concluding that he will hate something, then watching it live for seemingly the first time, and lo and behold, he hates it. H-Bomber by contrast, will provide a shifting thesis, one that starts out with a general perspective that is adjusted as he presents more evidence to the viewer.
Okay.
So, adding on to a bullshit conversation point that doesn't actually explain anything, but instead sounds like he's being sincere. You see, he's not murdering someone in front of a live studio audience for the sick joy of choosing to make fun of them. He's actually doing a deep-cut criticism. And the fact that you can't tell, oh, that's just you being sincere. Shame on you. Shame on you for not understanding how he arrived at this super big, very important, very understanding position. Don't you know that you should be or open-minded?
You know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't one. This ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. This video is about James Somerton.
Now, obviously, H-Bomber knows what conclusion he's going to make before he starts filming.
Last time I wanted to research...
Because the entire way to do it is to use it as a hook to get people to give an oh shit factor. Are we about to pretend that that's the goal of what he's doing with his particular medium and work? That the goal is to get people to say, oh, I didn't see that coming. Oh my god, that was so clever. He eating his ass. Pause. He eating his ass. I can't believe it. Look at him. Look at him. He's crying. He's effectively teeing people up to join in with the group reindeer games that he's currently committing. This is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. Why would you frame that as though that isn't what it is? That's why most people do not fuck with BreadTube. They don't like being basically made part and parcel to what is effectively a harassment campaign by proxy. And it was, in fact, a harassment campaign by proxy. Homosexuality. Homosexuality, sir. It is homosexuality. And you know that it was homosexuality. Why are you acting as though that was not homosexuality? You get off on telling people things that can be attributed and understood as homosexuality. That makes you a bad person. It makes you a bad person, sir. Shame. Tisk tisk soft Sean, shame.
One thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards.
But he presents it in a way where the viewer develops a perspective alongside the argument, accepting small...
No, he's not. Then no, they don't. He's not presenting a perspective that develops alongside the video. He's presenting the justification for why it's acceptable for you to do it. That's why every single time a breadtuber makes a video, it ends up being the reason why people then get on top of a topic. If somebody were to make a video about me right now, and they framed that video as, well, you see, single-player Carl, it's okay to make fun of him because he's a bad person. Here's the antics that he does all the time in his material. It is the answer that they give for why it's okay to lynch me. That is not an explanation of, well, see, he's trying to explain his point. No. It's a persuasive argument, but it's a persuasive argument that doesn't actually follow suit from anything. And instead of, well, this is how we feel because the information says as such, is instead, here's how I'm going to tar and feather this man, and here's how I'm going to get you a laugh along with it. You see this person's argument? You see how this person looks and sounds outside of the context in which it is put in? Do you see how I've taken this person's word and I've made them into something that they're not? You should be on my side now. Look at how dumb he sounds. Look at how dumb he looks. That's called clip chimping. Not just withholding information and evidence from a person. That's how clip chimping starts. That's exactly where it starts from. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. I don't know anything at all. Media criticism? I hardly even know her. What am I?
all details before providing further context to guide the audience to his perspective. Do you know who else followed the structure? James Summerton, because all the talented writers he ripped off knew how to write a convincing argument. Mahler, by contrast, starts by saying a film or story is objectively bad, and then looks for evidence to back it up. Neither structure is objectively bad necessarily, but I find Mahler's structure less convincing because it doesn't really...
So that means you find it bad. Which means, considering you're speaking from the position of what is in front of you, you're saying it's objectively bad! Eye roll.
Win anyone over who wasn't already on board with his perspective from the start. If a viewer who hates The Last Jedi, for example, watches Mahler's 6-hour Last Jedi review, they're going to be on board from the start because he hates what they hate. But a fan of The Last Jedi is going to dismiss the review as rage bait and live comfortably never watching it. H-Bomber Guy, though, starts with a small, simple statement that builds into something bigger. That makes his videos more engaging because it doesn't throw a partisan issue at you from the start. It invites you in, and by the time you get to the point, you're on his side. Also, he has jokes and doesn't take himself too seriously, something Mahler clearly struggles with. And a lot of that has to do with
contrarian, contrived, opinion, begging point. Clearly this man is ass blasted and upset.
one thing. Mahler acts like his opinion is concrete, while H-Bomber Guy acts like it's flexible. This intrinsically changes how you engage with their criticism. It's why H-Bomber Guy gets millions of views on his videos, while I, a channel with a fraction of the subscribers Mahler has, can ratio Mahler's review of my video.
That's not what ratio means, and that is not actually the truth. You are being fucking signal boosted by larger accounts, hoping to be able to get in on the reindeer games. That does not demonstrate that you are a person who just simply is absolutely ragging on a nigga, ragging on a nigga, ragging on a nigga. It is you demonstrating that you're being facetious. You know for a fact that you got signal boosted by some of the who's who in BreadTube, and that's why they're inviting you to the position that you're in. You are being platformed. Your position is not something that was arrived at naturally. You are being platformed.
It's one of the reasons why so many people ratio Mahler. Look at the Jenny Nicholson review of Joker that EFAP responded.
Oh my god, why are we back here at the Nicholson review? Ah! Every time. You guys never move the fuck on from this. Every time. Always going back to, he bullied a woman. Oh my god.
Look at the vast difference of people who spent 12 hours watching EFAP complain about Jenny Nicholson versus people watching Jenny Nicholson briefly give her opinion on Joker.
Oh, long man bad, 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 long man, long man bad, long man, long man, long man bad, long man, long man bad, long man bad, long man bad, long man bad, long man bad. Thank you for your donation. Are we really doing it again? Are we really being mad about the long man and his cabinets of curiosities? Yes, we are. They're back here again. Fucking Christ almighty. It's so fucking pedantic. It's so fucking pedantic. We don't care how you got mogged by the smaller content creator. Can you guys please start having opinions that are actually meaningful? This shit is fucking disgusting. Get this nigga's dick out your mouth!
And yeah, I know the whole stream isn't 12 hours of just complaining about Jane Nicholson. I know that. But
that's how you frame the argument, therefore it doesn't fucking matter. Shut up.
Are pretty clear. It's less important what is actually said in this case, and more how it is perceived by the audience who can engage with it. After all, if no one engages with your video, no one is going to hear you at all.
Yes, that's exactly how that works. Now, do that again, but keep in mind that we're on a website that's functionally broken, that has been changed over the years because of the very people who are bitching about him actively sought for it to be that way. Asking Wajiki, hey, make us priority creators. Oh, look at that. We're the priority creators. That means our opinions are good and yours are bad. It's a child's argument, dude. It's a fucking child's argument. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's dumb, and the people who argue like this are dumb. But again, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. Clearly, the smaller YouTuber, me, is angry at the larger YouTuber, him, and I'm ass mad because I, the smaller YouTuber, me, am not attacking him enough and now must grift for attention. That's how you guys fucking sound when you do this shit. You know you're talking dog shit. You know you're talking dog shit. But it doesn't matter. You're just gonna keep talking dog shit. Eye roll.
Okay, real talk. For the last year, people have begged me to acknowledge Mauler's response to my video, the YouTuber critics are lying to you, which I chose not to mainly because when receiving criticism, it is my opinion that I should sit down, shut up, and listen to it. I don't really like responding to criticism because I think the key element of it is to listen to it and assimilate it. See what works, what doesn't. Can I make better content from this feedback I've received?
That just makes you a beta cuck.
Meanwhile, Mauler responds to a tweet criticizing him, going off this long tirade about how valuable objective criticism is and how inconsistent H-Bomber Guy is. Well, hell, other people pointed out that Mauler's Dark Souls 2 review, and that was a response to H-Bomber Guy himself, is very inconsistent. It reflects a poor understanding of the mechanics that H-Bomber Guy does understand.
There are also more Heidi Knights in general, which is great, and something I wanted. And also they're way more aggressive. Some of them get up and go for you now, and that's a really cool thing that you just don't expect if you play the original, and that's really, really fun.
This is getting ridiculous now. The Hyde Knights were removed from several spots in the original game and placed into Hyde's Tower of Flame. There wasn't a significant increase in numbers in the entire game, and again, he shows he doesn't play his own game that thoroughly.
Domo points out, however, Mauler's wrong. The Hyde Knights are actually all over the place. Mauler just ran past all of them. He missed them. He wasn't paying attention. He was being chased by other enemies and just completely bypassed them. He wasn't playing the game correctly, yet smugly declared that he knew the game better than H-Bomber Guy.
Pause. There's actually no correction in the way of which it is played correctly. Him running past the enemies and not engaging with them, that would just be the form of a speed run. If he missed them, which more than likely is the case, that's him not noticing. But that's not him not playing the game correctly, not playing the way that it should have been played. But we're playing this game again. We're doing the thing. We're doing the bit. We're doing the bit where Halal, he's not understanding or objective about the shit he's talking about. Look at how he got this perfectly easy thing to understand wrong. Checkmate. Debunked. It's so tiring. I'm so tired of it. It's so tiring. You people are so tiring. You're so obnoxious and so annoying. It's so stupid.
But of course, Mauler can't stand the idea that H-Bomber Guy could be right, so he just has to make something up to falsely present him as uninformed. As we've seen time and time again, Mauler is neither fair to Dark Souls 2 nor to H-Bomber Guy. He falsely presents himself as smart, intellectual, and competent at his game when he clearly fails at all 3 of those.
This is the kind of thing that will of course happen to me down the line if I fall out of touch. But how you respond to criticism can often say more than the initial statement ever could. These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
Mauler keeps trying to one-up and prove himself to H-Bomber but H-Bomber seems to effortlessly prove himself the better critic. This response is objective, the same way Mauler's response is objective. But it makes it harder to buy Mauler's counter-argument when someone else can use the same tactics to illustrate how Mauler doesn't really understand Dark Souls 2 as well as he claims to. And mind you, I'm not really much of a Dark Souls player, so I can't really say who's right and who's wrong from my perspective.
So why even bring up the example if you can't say who's objectively right and who's objectively wrong, considering that's the fucking main idea of your goddamn video?
No horse in this game, but I can recognize a compelling argument when it's made to me based on gameplay mechanics, lore analysis, as well as the more flexible style of the other reviewers. Now, H-Bomber giving him feedback, you would think that would make Mauler pause and maybe reflect on his perspectives, but he just keeps doubling down on what he's saying. He doesn't stop to absorb the feedback, but rather sees feedback as something to fight. And that's something objectively that I think is really bad about the objective critic standpoint. That rather than ever say, maybe I misunderstood the text, they're objectively right, therefore they must keep fighting at it. At no point do they stop to really receive feedback unless it's from someone they personally like and trust. Feedback from sources that are different from them, or from a different perspective than they are, is seen as a threat to their style, and thus they fight back. Hell, I mentioned Mauler so briefly in my video, it barely even measured as a response, and yet Mauler and his crew and tons of other people in his general circle responded to my video.
I spoke about you, and then you covered me speaking about you. Oh my god, all I did was say one comment!
Even though I didn't mention almost any of them, which I guess is in part of my motivation with this whole video. If they're going to talk about me anyway, I might as well criticize them right back. What are they going to do? Respond again?
Later admitted that
Yes. Are you stupid? No, but you are petty, which is the point. Annoying. Pedantic. Annoying. Truly, you've never met a person who has exemplified the definition of the word butt munch. I swear to you, Chad. I swear to you. It is a choice.
Yes, there are mistakes in Dark Souls 2 and his video on it, but they are not flaws in overall game design, objectively. They are mistakes, but they are not flaws. Right.
But it's right here, Mauler hits something very interesting here. The conflation of mistakes and flaws. And this segment here, this right here, is the biggest reason objective criticism as an argument fails for me. Because sometimes mistakes are better than perfection. Allow me to explain this. I want to draw attention to one of my favorite mistakes in filmmaking, and I think absolutely makes the scene the mistake happens in. It's in the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Now, George Bailey, he's leading his brother's wedding. There's a whole lot of context to this, but that's not really important right now. And he talks to his uncle, who's at the time quite inebriated, and he wanders off singing to himself. Now, the scene as written, that should be it. But instead, the actor playing the uncle off camera tripped over some filming equipment left out in his way.
I'm alright, I'm alright. Oh, sweetie.
This is an error, a mistake, yet the actors play it off in character. And the scene is included in the final film. It's so seamless you think it's intentional, but it's actually a complete error, a series of errors. You just assume the drunk uncle stumbled over a trash can. You don't realize it's actually a series of mistakes, because it's done so seamlessly in the narrative.
No. It is worked into the shot and then made a part of the film because they're working around the technology of the time. This would be a great argument if you didn't just lie to the audience again. Here I go, yapping again! Yesterday, specifically in that section when I was talking to Lemon Duck, I explained to Lemon Duck some of the weight of controversy that comes to people like me, a content creator, when trying to describe to a person, hey, it seems like you don't have a very strong opinion because there's a lot of dead air in an argument. As I said to him then, as I repeat here now, the goal of a content creator is to try and keep the energy high in the material that they're working on. If there is dead air, it can be assumed that the reason there is dead air is that what's being discussed isn't funny. It's not funny. There's no better context or greater detail that can be added from said context and detail. For whatever reason, by whatever means it happens, the content, the material that you're watching as a chat, dies. Dries up on the vine. This is, of course, anti-content. Nobody wants to sit there watching a person not being able to have a reaction or have a take because they are watching or are part of something that somebody else is consuming. What is a streamer, what is a content creator to do? Well, what do you do when you don't know what you can do, but you don't know what to do? Say it with me, chat. You do what you can. And so, in getting a mistake in filming, they transformed that mistake that happened outside of context into something in context that helped keep the energy flowing. In most cases, this was the example of old Hollywood having such giant productions that if they had to slow down for even a minute, they would be losing money by the millions. In this day and age, it is working around the drama, choosing to try and keep the show going, because the show must go on. People want to be entertained. Nobody wants there to become an immediate stop in the middle of their work that they're doing. That would be bad. That would be boring. That would be lame. That would be gay. You don't want to be lame in gay chat. Better to be lame and gay to be gay and lame. And so, you work on the material in question, and you try to get yourself and everyone else to the same goal. Get them on the same page. Help them understand the goal of what you're doing. Vision. Operant goal being vision. Maybe they don't understand. Maybe they don't get it. Maybe they're new. Still gotta inform them. Because like I said to him, I can't just get mad at him and then start yelling and complain that, oh my god, you're ruining my content, blah, 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 blah. That's not helpful. And that will do nothing but lead to possibly an outcome that I don't want. So instead, what I do is I focus on the thing that actually matters. Focus on the part that's important. And the part that's important isn't just how I feel about the thing happening, but specifically, how do I solve the issue that I would like to resolve in a way where it's understood I'm not upset, I'm just asking questions. With this, without this, there is nothing. And yet, that's not what's happened here. That's not what he just accused Mahler of. Whatsoever. Not Mahler, and certainly not the work of business. Rather than understand that, hey, shit happens, and it's to have progress, not perfection, he tries to take Mahler out of his words, and now is talking about some other fucking bullshit that has nothing to do with what Mahler was describing in his flippant breakdown of someone else attempting to defend another man's consequences and actions. And even with the medium in question, yes, sometimes the work as produced can be a mistake, and thus we learn from them. However, working around and making movie magic because you're just built that way. You're just that kind of creator, and you're able to be flexible on that. That's not the same thing as being a live stream producer. Technically, live streamers are closer to being like old Hollywood when it comes to trying to work in the errors, because that in and of itself is the vision of the content. But according to him, that's not how that should work. That's not how that should work, chat. When Mahler is engaging with the material and is actively demonstrating a point that he's making, that is actually him being highly upset and mad. Being controlled by his hubris. And a bunch of other bullshit arguments that don't make fucking sense. Mahler's not allowed to have opinions. Mahler's not allowed to have words. Mahler's not allowed to feel things. He is what he says he is. If he says he's mad, he's mad. If he says he's upset and angry, he's upset and angry. Nothing else matters except the interpretation that you're being told. Again, a bullshit bitch-made position. So stupid.
And it's a mistake, but it's not a flaw, because it turns a throwaway moment into a great character beat for both George and his uncle. It adds depth and richness to the film that would not be there if the film was perfect, or consistent, or flawless. Another example, Django Unchained. It's a mistake that Leonardo DiCaprio cut his hand on a shattered glass. It was not intended, and the actors are visibly uncomfortable as DiCaprio continues the scene without breaking character. But it's not a flaw, because it makes the scene so uncomfortable to watch. He uses the actual injury as a power move in scene, and it elevates the moment.
It is a mistake, but it's not a flaw.
They are mistakes, but they are not flaws. Right.
See, mistakes are just unintentional components of a film. They're not intended, but a flaw detracts from the movie without giving any new experience. Objectively, both scenes I mentioned should be demerits by Mahler's metric. They are not intended by anyone. They're inconsistent with what happens before. They take you out of the moment in theory. They could take you out of the moment, at least. But they add the film because they feel completely organic.
Ultimately, if you subscribe to these channels, their standards get very confusing. So I say let's throw them out the window in favor of something far more consistent.
If we were to apply Mahler's objective criticism to these instances, both would be seen as flaws that indicate the film was ineptly made. This is the problem with having rigid metrics to judge every film by. Not every film can be measured by the same metric. And even sometimes a film that could otherwise be interpreted with this metric may contradict it. See, Mahler is treating this like the light and dark side, as though he paints critics.
No, he's not. He's showing how you're being an inconsistent asshole who wants to yap an explanation of trying to constantly fucking niggle every word he says and then contradict him so you can be able to get money from showing how you devote him. You're not slick. We're not stupid.
That must be purely subjective or purely objective, which, no. Objective details can support subjective arguments. Mahler's problem is he conflates his objective evidence with his subjective conclusions. Like, saying the script is inconsistent, okay, but saying a script is inconsistent based on all the evidence provided, sure, that's an objective criticism, in theory. You are removing yourself from the emotional components. But
rewind. Did anybody else catch it?
Mahler's problem is he conflates his objective evidence with his subjective conclusions. Like, saying the script is inconsistent, okay, but saying a script is inconsistent based...
Hey, isn't this a video? Didn't you record this? Why didn't you just do another take? That's a mistake! That's a mistake! That's a mistake! It's not even adding to the content! It's you repeating and wasting time!
Based on all the evidence provided, sure, that's an objective criticism, in theory. You are removing yourself from the emotional components. But subjectively, you might be looking at the script more critically because you don't like the movie. That influences your bias. Even if you claim you're objective, that subjective perspective going to the script will influence what you say. And even if all you're saying is objective, and it's very literal, and it's very to the point and focused, the conclusions you draw from it will be based on your subjective opinions of those errors. Do you like the errors, or do you not like the errors? Most likely you won't, and therefore you'll say the film is terrible or awful. And one more thing, it also doesn't help that Mahler's standards only apply to traditionally structured storytelling. I await hearing him talk about the inconsistencies and plot holes in Tetsuo the Iron Man, or Derek Jarman's Blue.
In the pandemonium of image, I present you with the universal blue.
Films that don't really conform to that logical flow. As an aside, I do want to give credit where it's due. It looks like Mahler has reviewed some unusual films like The Father. But The Father is pretty normal in the hierarchy of strange films. Tell me when he reviews...
He doesn't do this thing! He doesn't do this thing! Actually, upon secondary review, I just found out that he actually does do this thing. But, you know, the standard that he used, it's not my standard, so it might as well be the same thing. Shut the fuck up, you pedant. You fucking... I want to say slurs!
Who's Mad God, for example, and then we'll start talking. And hey, they are definitely filled with plot holes. They are contrived. They are inconsistent. They are artificial. That's also the point. You know, the authorial intent is very important in this discussion. As an aside, I will give my standards right now for examining media. What I typically do very informally when examining media and giving a critical thought process to if it works or not. And it's very simple and very consistent. I ask 3 questions. Question 1, what is the intent of the creator? What are they trying to accomplish? What are they trying to show? What are they trying to tell us? Question 2, what helps the creator relay this message? If it's a comedy, do they tell good jokes? If it's a horror story, is there scares involved? If it's an action film, is the action intense? Do you feel vulnerable? Do you feel like you're breathless with the anticipation of what's going to happen next? And the third question, what impedes the author on their intent to communicate this idea? What flaws get in the way? What issues impede progress? With this metric, it's pretty easy to have a very flexible, very applicable set of standards for different films. By Mahler's own standards, this might be considered a form of objectivity, though probably not as objective as he'd prefer. And that's all right. It doesn't have to be his standards, because I feel like this actually works better when dealing with more experimental films, such as Tetsuo the Iron Man. But enough of me, I'm sure you're bored of that by now. Let's go back to Mahler.
So yes.
So here's the problem with that. Nobody's telling him that he doesn't have standards, and no one's saying, and he certainly didn't say, that he's going to judge every single film by a hard, rigid standard that makes it quintessentially art and not art. That's an argument that you made up to specifically slander him. Stop being fucking retarded. And stop wasting your time while you're doing it.
objectivity and subjectivity. At this point, the concept has practically drawn a line between two types of critical analysis. The issue is that many content creators will blend the two ideas and then hide under the banner of subjectivity to avoid criticism. Rather than being happy to compare how they felt to the reality of the content, there is this stubborn assumption that the first thing you felt is now the only piece of information that's relevant to the deconstruction of the media. How you feel may remain with you, but that doesn't mean you should stop listening to other people, exploring the content with any depth, or allowing yourself to experience even more. Instead, there's this idea that you should hold on to that one narrow perspective, which is detrimental to communication, especially if it's based on false information.
Mahler, who does this? Like, who actually does this? Hell, one of the most
All of BreadTube does this. Everyone does this. Because they want to use in-group like association to get over their negative responses to the things they think and say. Because that's how they feel. Because that's how simple it is.
popular punching bags, Chris Stuckman, outright talks about how his opinions shift over time.
I'm very curious to see what the legacy of these films will be over time, because as I said in my original review, and this is what I've always thought about Star Wars, we rarely ever decide in the present how people in the future are going to think about any movie. I mean, think about all of the films that critics trashed when they came out that over the years have become classics, like Fight Club, for instance, is a big one. This movie is, I'm obviously not comparing it to Fight Club, I'm just saying that, like, in 20 years, when our kids are watching this movie, I'll be very curious to hear what they think about it.
Who actually just stops at their first feelings of a film and ends it there?
Hey, when they let her out of the cage and they're...
Dumb people. Stupid people. The audience that you're projecting to. For starters. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I really don't like it. I don't like the desire to try and be fucking annoying as fuck. Crumb tubers truly do need something to do. Niggas are bored. Niggas are 100% bored.
They're heading into the city for their mission. She's like texting the Joker. Why does she have a cell phone?
Maybe she hid it in some crack.
Okay.
I really couldn't tell you.
She's had it in there for years.
Maybe she found one while they're walking around on the street. I really don't know. But yeah, she's...
Listen, you're being transferred. I don't know where you're going. It's from Mr. J. You can tell him I took care of you?
You're so screwed.
Red Letter Media created an assessment of Suicide Squad. This was a writing flaw they cited to assist in proving a conclusion about the film's poor quality without realizing they had missed a detail in one of the scenes. So they acknowledged the error, and despite that flaw in their assessment, their conclusion was still strong because of many other references that were accurate to the events in the film. And the conversation was once again completed after being amended, which is great. In fact, it's quite a positive experience for everybody involved. But not for these guys. To be wrong is to have your position weaken, so that is unacceptable, and therefore everyone is right. No one can be wrong, except people who use the term objective. They need to be burned at the stake.
This example right here of Red Letter Media getting a detail wrong is exactly what I'm talking about, Mahler. An objective detail being incorrect didn't impact the overall argument because it's just one part of a larger whole. In an objective analysis in science, for example, if some of the math doesn't add up, the equation can't hold, it falls apart. But in literary analysis, that doesn't really happen because
Yes, it does. It's what makes a story bad. It's what makes a story weak. It helps if to remove yourself from using the concept of quick muffs, you instead understand that literary writing and the ability to do it is more like cooking. I dare you. I dare you to say something to the degree of there is no objective way to cook and then serve food that gives somebody poisoning. I beg you, please say something stupid like this. Because that's the core quality that all of us are coming from when we describe what we're doing.
literary analysis is not an objective science, it's a perceived science. It's a matter of analysis through argumentation and interpretation. The problem is Mahler fails to understand this, that subjective opinion is informed by objective details. Mahler seems to think that subjective opinion is a safety net, but it's really not. It's an argument. Though I will give Mahler this, saying this is my opinion to avoid getting criticized, that is a safety net.
But to label something you found to be factual as objective is not something these guys want to do. People don't want to use it because it places a target on their back. It means that there is no safety net to fall back on, no chance to say, it's just an opinion. Let me have my opinion. You're essentially saying that your content is correct. So if it turns out to be incorrect when information is fact-checked or new information arises, you have to admit that you've made objective mistakes. Many YouTube reviews still accept it, and it's a great tool in an analytical arsenal because you can grow from understanding the difference between facts and feeling.
And that is something I don't personally like when people do that. I think if you have a strong enough argument, you should stand up by it and say, hey, here's my interpretation. Here's my argument. Saying it's just an opinion, I'm with Mahler in this one. It can be a little grating at times.
So you agree that you were being a dick to him and actively just trying to be an asshole in search of something else, right? You're going to admit that you were doing that just now, right? That's something you're going to admit that you were doing, right? 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 No? Okay. How silly of me to think that you'd be consistent.
The Last Jedi is an example. Arguing the film has no inconsistencies is different than arguing the film is bad because inconsistencies exist. And I'm going to make the argument here that the film is not consistent. There are issues with the film on script level, which I've discussed elsewhere. I don't think it's the best Star Wars film. I don't think it's the best Rian Johnson film. But to argue that consistency is the sole metric of quality, that's not really a good argument. Robert McKay, in his book Story, see, I incorporated the shelf in this case, argues character inconsistency actually enriches narrative. That character dimension can be examined through how characters behave in ways that appear contradictory to their nature when pushed by conflict. Here's an example everyone knows of Spider-Man in Spider-Man No Way Home. He's driven to a murderous rage against the Green Goblin, when in prior films he fought to save his opponents, such as the Vulture, from the destruction at their own fight. I'm not saying Mahler would regard this as a flaw. Spider-Man's arc is kind of well-defined. But someone using Mahler's structure without looking at the whole piece of the story might. They might look at two events that happen in separate movies with the same character and go, well, he didn't do this then, why is he doing this now? Removing it from the context of the arc leading up to that point. And I'm sure Mahler would say those people are being incorrect. But that's not the point. The point is that Mahler's structure inspired them to look at the film in that lens for perfect, rigid consistency. Films don't really have that. And again, I'll be fair, it's not Mahler's fault someone would do that. I'm not holding it against the guy. But I am saying this objective structure can lead to some objectively incorrect film takes. But Mahler isn't really talking about character consistency, he's also talking about plot consistency. And, well, that's also something I want to talk about as well. Consider this. James Whale's The Bride of Frankenstein is in many ways inconsistent with his original film. The first film introduces the story with an actor coming to the stage. The second introduces it with Mary Shelley, telling her husband and Lord Byron the rest of the narrative. The first film ends with Henry Frankenstein, yes, Henry, not Vic like in the book, recovering in bed peacefully with his wife attending him. The second film completely changes that, having them first discover Henry in the rubble of the wrecked windmill before being discovered by Dr. Pretorius. These are several inconsistencies among many between the two films, but most people agree Bride of Frankenstein is one of the first sequels to surpass the original in quality, because these inconsistencies, though they exist, don't really matter, at least not to the audience. But what about internal inconsistencies in the plot? Well, again, they are two major questions to ask. Are these inconsistencies really inconsistencies, or did you not just get it? And do these inconsistencies...
We already talked about this when I covered what fridge logic is.
...impact your experience with the media, or the authorial intent of the media? One of those is an objective question. The other is subjective.
There is this rising obsession with the idea that logic is a faulty metric for both character assessments in storytelling and when assessing a critic and their inconsistencies. This all makes sense because humans are inherently emotional and they're not logical whatsoever.
You know what human beings are not? Logical. People are impulsive. They make choices based on emotion. Not everyone thinks exactly the same. So if everyone acted totally logically all the time, only making the most logical decision in any situation, no one would be acting human.
The issue here is the word logical is being used in two different ways at the same time. If a character behaves illogically because of a previously established character trait, then the progression is logical in terms of writing. What happened made sense with who they are. In this case, Patrick is referring to the film A Quiet Place, the story of a world in which you make a single sound and it can get you killed in a moment's notice. Patrick makes the argument that we should not expect the characters to behave logically because they are human. However, the reason that the entire video is often referenced as a straw man is because the complaint is not that they behave illogically, it's that their character writing is illogical. The characters are shown to take care with sound dampening throughout the film, making very creative decisions to account for this dire situation that shows intelligence and care, yet they blatantly ignore several options provided to them by the environment that are proven by the film to be far more beneficial to their goals. These logical contradictions in their characters are made to generate drama in the storyline, which is inherently incompetent writing and very lazy.
I wonder if Mahler even totally understands what inconsistencies are. Like, yeah, the characters could have just lived next to a waterfall their whole lives, but did you really think that through all the way? Like, how do you expect them to create an environment they can control next to a waterfall?
The same way we've done in history, with tools. Silly. So silly. It's so silly. So silly.
Have you ever lived near water? You ever get your basement flooded because it rained too hard and the water overflowed? The argument that the fact that characters who are shown to be meticulously in control of their environment should just move next to an area to mask their sounds, but could be very hard to control, that's not logical. It's ridiculous. Especially because none of this has any meaningful impact on the film's true core. The family, the relationships, the bonds. The plot could have happened next to a waterfall, could have happened next to a farm, but it's very clear the farm and that entire grass area has fewer environmental variables that could damage and hamper the family's efforts. After all, what's more dangerous? Having to meticulously plan out a quieter environment, or living next to an environment that could mask your sounds, but also drown you, or potentially force you out of that habitat. You see, the problem is they don't think of these details. Think, oh, well, waterfall masks sound, therefore better than open field. But, like, did you really think of how the environments... I don't think these people have ever lived next to a river, I think, is my best bet.
Making assumptions of the people hearing the argument that you're making, that you made pedantically?
Stuff like this is what I like to refer to as giving too much of a fuck about crap no one cares about. By doing this, you lose track of the stuff that matters in a story. Character, emotion, themes, ideas, the feeling, the adrenaline rush. That's not to say that it has no impact, but you gotta ask yourself, does it matter no one was in the room with Cain when he said his final words to Citizen Kane? It's a huge plot hole, one of the most famous plot holes, but it also doesn't factor into Cain.
It's not a plot hole. Rosebud is not a plot hole. It is literally explained because if you pay attention to the details on the screen, you'll figure it out. In fact, the entire setup of Citizen Kane is to wonder why he said Rosebud. Ah! And that's why on TV Tropes, there's specifically a section that calls out believing you know everything about things like this. And it's literally titled, Knowing All About the Crying Game. Now, assuming that there are people in the chat that have, in fact, watched the Crying Game, if you know all about the Crying Game, you know that by talking about what that is a spoiler. And we're not going to do that. Pedantism.
Past the real story and meat of the film. It's just an event that happens that gets you to the flashbacks, to the recollection. The mystery of what Kane meant by Rosebud is just an element that gets the plot moving. But what Marlowe would call that lazy writing, or something. You know, that's fair. And it is a plot hole. But does it matter? Film fans love giving a damn about small details, but it gets annoying when someone pretends these small details supersede the big details of a story. And yeah, a bunch of small cracks can make a whole film fall apart. I get that. That makes sense to me. I believe that. But we ignore the elements of film that matter in favor of details that really you don't notice unless you're really looking for them. Is that terrible writing, or is it flawed writing? I maybe would say flawed. But would I say a whole film is bad because of it? I don't think so.
Hopefully I can explain this with a reverse example. Do you believe that Thanos' plan in Infinity War makes sense? Well, that's irrelevant compared to what comes first in consistent character writing, which is, do you believe that Thanos believes his plan makes sense? The film makes efforts to show his history and explore his values to explain his actions as a logical progression, despite the plan being inherently illogical when considering the realistic effects of his snap versus what his intentions are. That is logically consistent writing for an emotionally irrational or illogical character, and that is the nuance that you will rarely find in assessments nowadays because everything has to be 10 minutes long or it's wrong.
This bit right here about Thanos, though, I do agree with Marlowe in this one. It kind of goes to the idea that what sounds right versus what is right based on character behavior. Marlowe's approach can work, as is the case with the Thanos moment, but I just don't think it works elsewhere.
So let's try another example. Star Wars The Last Jedi has no inconsistencies in either its characters or its plot, in my opinion. This opinion is inherently objective, and saying in my opinion at the end would be redundant because of course it's your opinion, but that doesn't make it subjective. The opinion lacks any emotive language. It is a statement of fact. To be inconsistent is qualifiable outside of emotion. That means the statement the person made lacked experience or information. It is impossible to come to the conclusion that there are no inconsistencies unless you are ignoring the meaning of words in the English language. It is simple. You present the objective criteria, then you satisfy the objective criteria and reach a conclusion. Your emotional experience didn't enter into the equation whatsoever. This should highlight the issue of in my opinion being used arbitrarily to stave off criticism when criteria isn't clear, or when it's downright contradictive. It's as if they believe an opinion can never be refuted. Aside from that issue, when you make these statements and you don't bother to back them up with any evidence or argumentation, instead opting for the safety net,
in my subjective opinion,
you are not only creating content with the amount of substance that is on par with a thumbs up or down for each subject, you have also admitted that you have so little faith in your own perspective that you had to put a preemptive scrutiny shield in front of it.
Marlowe's saying critic is a coward for saying in my opinion. Okay, I don't really disagree with that. I think it is a little cowardly to rely on the opinion card to get away from getting feedback for your perspective. But that said, I also think that you saying your criticism is objective is also cowardly. And with all of the things Marlowe is saying, it's very important to remember at the beginning of this, all of this started with him saying that The Last Jedi is a bad film.
This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual. You may enjoy the film, and even love the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is a poorly written film that stands as an objective insult to intelligence.
It's not simply that it's inconsistent, but that inconsistency leads to it being a bad film. As was the case with H-Bomber-Guy, it is an objective observation leading to a subjective conclusion. Good or bad is not the same as the metric of consistency that Marlowe has set up. Good is good, bad is bad. Those are opinions. Regardless of how much he glosses over it, these are still opinions, and he's still giving a thumbs up and thumbs down with a lot more work to get to the same answer those reviewers in 10 minutes got to. Despite all of his protests, despite all of his talking, he always comes back to the same thing that the people he's criticizing also come back to. Is it good or is it bad?
This active blurring of facts and feelings gets very confusing for many viewers who actually listen to these people's scripts, their videos, making us question whether they actually understand what the word objective means.
See, again, I firmly believe that objective details are important in media analysis, but they are elements that support your stance. Because if you have to argue, my opinion is objective, you immediately sound like a pompous jackass, you know? I don't care if you have all the evidence in the world to prove it. I'm not going to listen to you because you sound like an asshole. But if you say, my argument is based on details and I cite evidence for my claim, I think that sounds more reasonable.
It's not the way it's not the way we have, it's not the conversation we're having, it's the way we're having it. I roll.
Same basic statement. You're saying the same core thing, but it's how you present your arguments that affects how people perceive it. And I'm pretty sure Marlowe realizes this, because he seems acutely aware of how phrasing can impact the perception of a critic in a video essay. as is the case right here.
The vague label of opinion is being slapped on every element of a video essay, as if the word means that everything you said, whether feeling or fact, was subjective, and thus cannot be disputed. Conversely, if a video presents strong arguments on a subject, many will wave it off as it's just an opinion, as if the word means there was nothing objective about the content whatsoever. That is not how it works. An opinion can apply to the sharing of a view constructed of feelings, of thoughts, or of objective information. It depends on what is said. It is the difference between objective and subjective. This applies to every facet of communication, including discussion on art. Though that doesn't mean you should then spam it in every sentence of your essay like many have started doing as an excuse for poor research.
My problem with Mahler isn't that he made fun of a video I made. That's beside the point. Plenty people do that. He sells his subjective opinions rooted in evidence, cited as if the absolute truth, then gets pissy at other critics who do the exact same thing he does for not being objective enough. Even if, in some cases, they're even more objective than he is. See, Mahler, as much as he hates to admit it, is not much different from H. Bomber Guy or Patrick Willems in terms of how they examine media. Mahler just turns the deep dive research phases H. Bomber Guy and Willems do before writing their scripts and adds it to the runtime of his videos to prove he did his homework to the audience, to make it more compelling.
He's long because he's trying to trick you into thinking he's smart.
Rather than cite the specific evidence as relevant in specific instances of his argument. And by doing so, he includes a ton of details that the audience, frankly, does not need to see for him to prove his point. A review of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Badness can be an hour long. It could be 2 hours long. Why does it need to be over 5 hours long? You basically just replay the whole film in front of us and then give us the summary details after the fact. Disseminate what's important for us, the audience. Communicate clearly and concisely what you have to say.
There are many points in his Doctor Strange review, for example, that Mahler probably could have trimmed for time. Not that it's necessarily unfunny or bad, but you have to ask yourself, do you really need this segment right here? Is this really necessary?
Wait, why would it go that way intuitively, though? Like, that doesn't seem to be as expected a change compared to Defender Strange having a different power set, or Wanda having had kids in other universes. Switching red and green sounds like the kind of idea you have when you have no ideas.
It is not a live stream, it's an edited review. Does all of this really add to your point? You might say yes, I say no. I say it distracts from your point. I say, make a long video, that's great, but fill it with detail that's directly relevant at the instances it is relevant to the audience. And then you're probably saying, well, if it's so easy to do it yourself. I did. In fact, I did it last week before making this video. I responded to Jester Bell's Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy response video.
You mean when you decided to hound and harass a woman because how dare she have an opinion on the internet, and you did it specifically because your chat put you up to it, with a timestamp showing where it happened? Eye roll. Fucking eye roll, bro.
And I went through the video, taking notes, analyzing it, I scripted as I went, and then what I did was, I did something really remarkable. I cut the notes that weren't relevant or repetitive. Any redundancies I cut out. I didn't need it, because I made my point already. So I had to rewrite. I had to do all this stuff off screen, so I could present a meaningful, concise video to you. And guess what? It's still really long. You can make a long video that's more concise. You can recap the whole video beforehand, and then give your analysis after the fact. But I also provided objective facts to support my subjective perspectives. But here's Mahler's issue. He has to insist every component of his review is objective. He has to repeat over and over and over again that his arguments about The Last Jedi is objective. Further, he does something that doesn't happen in science. Theories are meant to be tested. When tested, it can do one of two things. You can either prove the theory is wrong or prove it's incomplete. Or you prove the theory is right, but that's a third option that is obvious. People argued for years, for example, that atoms were the smallest particles of matter, until we tested that theory and found that atoms themselves were made up of even smaller particles, and then even smaller particles. The theory of atoms wasn't wrong, it was just incomplete. While Mahler admits he might make errors, there is the implication in his words his arguments will hold regardless, because he applied the right method. And maybe they will. In some cases, they definitely will, and definitely have. I think that all movies have flaws and inconsistencies, no matter how well written it is. But the question is, when do these inconsistencies matter to authorial intent and audience entertainment? That answer will vary from person to person, but it will be based on objective details that composite subjective arguments and subjective perspectives. Mahler comes across in this video as someone who needs to fight people who disagree with him, who don't take him seriously, who don't take his perspectives seriously, and prop up his own arguments. And I get that to an extent, but what if he didn't target everyone who disagreed with him for sharing their own opinions on the internet, especially smaller creators than him? What if he just presented his argument and left it at that? What if he didn't confront everyone about disagreeing with him and make multiple videos in response to everyone arguing against him?
Except that he doesn't do that. He does not pick a fight with everybody on the internet. He specifically and only ever addresses what is directly brought to his face. Why are you still here? Why are you still here saying wrong man bad? Oh my fucking god. Fuck off, dude.
What if he just let his videos stand? Disagree when necessary, but not every critic ever. But again, all these objective arguments break down. You stop talking about Star Wars and start talking about tough media, like Derek Jarman. Even The Shining, a film that deliberately incorporates inconsistency in order to make the audience feel consistently uncomfortable. You can't do the same thing you do with Last Jedi to The Shining. It's just not the way you should analyze that film, because authorial intent is to make the film uncomfortable to the viewer. The same metric does not apply to every film. And here's the wild part. Mahler actually knows all this. While doing research for this video...
Pain. Pain.
We had a little text chat. It was very civil as promised. We didn't really get anywhere. I basically learned that Mahler is really fundamental about his scale for critiquing movies. Like, he recognizes that his scale was invented by humans, but it's like the definition for like a planet. It's immutable, except for like societal change in like the definitions of words. So yeah, I tried to tell him in the chat we had, like, his critique is mostly consistent.
Mahler's main point of criticism is like logical inconsistency, and it's really not difficult to find films that have logical inconsistencies that don't bother you that much. Like, think about most comedies or like a lot of kids movies that will have these like weird logical I think
we talked about that too. Like he said that it is possible for like a comedy to subvert a logical rule, like, for comedic effect. Like he said, like, it would be very silly to judge Spaceballs objectively.
Right.
So but that's he's just admitted that like there are some films that are not equipped to be judged with this scale, therefore...
Mahler is aware what he's saying is not true. This whole time, every film can be labeled by the same objective standard, he knows it doesn't apply to certain films. And genuinely, I am skipping over a lot of Mahler's video because frankly I found it more boring than not. But listen, I don't care if you don't like Quentin reviews. You just sound angry someone didn't praise you, and it comes across as very immature. Very insecure, I might add. Hell, again, I don't disagree with you on some of these points. I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
One more time.
I don't disagree with you on some of these points. I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
And again?
I don't disagree with you on some of these points. I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. You sound
again!
I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
Again!
I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
Again!
I've left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
Total Afro victory. Carl is right. Carl is right. I'm always right. And it annoys the piss out of me. Because I hate being right. Because this shit is annoying. I like to be surprised. But I'm always right. And the benefit is that because I called it multiple times before it was done, you can't say... Because I've said it multiple times as it was leading up to the moments in which I predicted it would happen, and then calling it exactly the exact way it'd be phrased, you can't say that I pre-watched this content and specifically chose to find ways to glaze myself just to make myself look smarter. You're so fucking predictable. It's annoying. I had to figure out whether or not she was talking to me or not, chat. Wrap this shit the fuck up. Get me the fuck out of here.
You sound so full of yourself. It makes you want to dismiss everything you say. You sound so overconfident, so arrogant, and that's a big problem. Because again, the big issue is presentation. How you present your ideas makes you more compelling to an audience. It doesn't matter if you're objective or not. Mahler has to insist his opinion matters. And look, if you have to insist that you're the best at something and that your perspective matters, maybe you're trying too hard.
Or perhaps he's presented his opinion and you don't like his opinion, and that's okay. Perhaps you don't like his opinion, and that's okay. But you know what's not okay? Being vainglorious and a dick constantly. That's not okay. So sorry, you don't get to go out of your way and act like a jackass and then say, I can't believe he's acting like a jackass. You're just a jackass, man. Man, you're just such a dick. You're just such a dick. You're just a fucking asshole. We hate you. You don't get to do that. Have an opinion. Make a standard. You're not able to have that opinion and make that stand because you're not actually committed to telling the truth. You know that you're not telling the truth. We all know it. We all know it.
Maybe it doesn't matter all that much. If you have to yell at someone to tell them that you're right, maybe you're not right. Let's take a step back with me. I make long videos. That's not a mistake. That's not a secret. Mahler did criticize my review. He took a lot of time to do it, but hey, feedback is useful. A lot of what he said was helpful. If you look at my videos with that one and then next couple after that, you can see an immediate change in style and structure to the videos. I took the criticism seriously. I might have dismissed it on social media, but I took the parts I thought were useful seriously. I've met with Celtic Phoenix, another channel that had very similar reviews that Mauler did, and discussed the feedback there, and discussed how I could improve and how I have improved since then. I take criticism that is useful very seriously. Unfortunately, a lot of what Mauler said was obnoxious. I just didn't take most of it seriously because most of it was nonsense. But the parts that were useful, I incorporated. I didn't have to respond to it because there was nothing to respond to outside of adjusting based on feedback. The best response you can give to criticism is better work. I believe I've done that. Will they like it?
I would say that you haven't, but tomato, tomato.
I don't really care, but I think it's better, and that's what matters to me. But there is something interesting here. By and large, my video was well liked. At the time of this writing, my YouTube Critics Are Lying to You video has an 88.9% like to dislike ratio. The video has over 22,708 likes to 2,830 dislikes. By comparison, Mauler's long stream only has 3.8 thousand likes. Dislikes are hidden, and most like to dislike ratio calculators are inaccurate, so I won't be using that data here. Still, that's a fraction of what my original video saw. And that's not to say my video was particularly great either. I think it's a deeply flawed work in hindsight. But that does mean my video reached more people who engaged positively with it. At least more than Mauler did. Hell, 5.3 thousand people subscribed to my channel after watching it, which means more people saw my video and subscribed to me than people liked Mauler's original stream response, which was then re-uploaded as a video to similar effects. Now, in order to avoid sounding too subjective, I'll just leave the numbers standing without offering my perspectives on them. Just take them as you will. Also, I'd like to point out
Believe me, believe me. Also, I ratioed him. Believe me. Do not question me, chat. Believe me. Take my word for it. Believe me. Believe me. What if I don't?
one other objective fact. One of the reasons a video is pushed harder in the algorithm is watch time. The more of a video you watch, the harder it is pushed in the algorithm. Which is strange, because you'd think Mauler's 7-hour vid, or even his hour-long highlight vid, would be pushed harder in the timeline than my 48-minute original. Now, I'm not saying that the average viewer watched more than mine significantly shorter video than Mauler's, but I'm also not saying that's not the case. Now, of course, inconsistencies can happen in a video essay. I mean, listen, I'm pretty good at hiding any inconsistencies and avoid them myself. I mean, you probably won't find...
You literally repeated yourself earlier while you were documenting it, and I made a point of making sure that I pointed it out as it was happening. You are, in fact, not good at doing it. In any way.
Find a single inconsistency in this video. I am quite good at hiding it, one could say.
These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
I originally filmed a conclusion that would branch off into a bigger discussion. You know, I would go into other people inspired by Mauler and go into a whole thing about the influence he had, but I found very quickly that would be very boring to watch for you. It would involve watching Rags or Literature Devil, which is boring. I've done it before, it's not fun. But honestly...
These content creators I don't like aren't worth covering for my time. So I'll use another one to game metrics and involvement on the narrative. And then I will tell you who you should listen to.
It would be mostly looking at CinemaSins tier responses and trying to sort through what they were saying. And I find it so strange how Mauler criticized CinemaSins before when his reviews are so often the same level of intellectual critique that CinemaSins boys. Hell, they even do the same thing. Run through a movie chronologically, bit by bit by bit, pointing out any superficial criticism along the way. I mean, I could just do it real quickly. I mean, I can re-edit Mauler's Black Panther video into a simple CinemaSins parody, but that's a trite joke, and honestly, we're too far along in this video to make trite jokes anymore. Let's get...
We're too long in this video that's already an hour and 29 minutes and 48 seconds on the dot where I said this from. So I'm not going to do something that would be entertaining as a bit of the metric to point out how I think of him and his opinions. No, that's too much work. That's too much effort. Why would I do extra work and effort? He's not worth it because he is boring and his friends are boring. And their content is boring and boring and boring and boring and boring and...
Get right down to the point, the concluding thoughts. You know, looking at Mauler's video about this whole topic, I can see why he spends so much time criticizing Patrick Willem's plot hole vid. I mean, it is a very commonly criticized vid, but I think many of Mauler's criticisms in film can be countered by the level of observation Willems employs. Not because it's a particularly great video, but because it runs counter to it. It argues that inconsistency is less important than how it makes you feel. Look, listen, Mauler always argues that you have to watch every second of a video for responding. And, you know, no, I don't want to do that. Because the truth is, most people don't even care what Mauler has to say. I even think his audience doesn't even care what he has to say. I went through some of his streams, and I looked at the level of engagement in the video, like likes and comments and all that, and there's actually a lot less than I would expect. even his more recent streams with EFAP have gotten some pretty low viewership numbers, all things considered. I could go over all of Mahler's individual critiques over film, but look how he interacts with the medium and all that, but I don't really think I need to. Because I get him already. He makes sense to me, and I find him boring. I find him so uninteresting. And the thing that stinks about Mahler, in my opinion, is that he's stagnant. He hasn't really changed since that video came out that we're looking at right now. He's the same critic. He surrounded himself by people who embrace his style of reviewing. They tell him that he's great, and they pump him up and all that. And because of that, he's not around people who are really critical of him. Like, yeah, he's around people who disagree with him, but not fundamentally critical of his style of reviewing. He hasn't changed since that Patricia Taxon video. He has the same approach to media. And he takes real criticism, like with H. Bomber Guy, trying to politely explain to him why he disagrees with Mahler's methods. He takes it like an act of war. Like, you know who it reminds me of? Lily Orchard. Yeah, both Mahler and Lily Orchard.
And now we're about to commit the full assassination. And now he is the exact same as Lily Orchard. Every single time. Fucking character assassination. It's so boring, dude. Dude, it's so fucking boring, man. My God. It's so fucking boring.
Orchard have not changed since 2018, 2019. They first became famous over a overly long review of a particular piece of media that was...
Steven Universe and their view of it is actively from the position of somebody who consumes the content, is of the medium, and can be called a part of that culture. Someone who actively demonstrates all the reasons we all think that that type of person in that type of culture could be considered fucking annoying. And instead of walking away with that understanding, it is now instead, oh my God, they do the same thing. They're pedantic. I understand them and they're annoying. I can't believe, chat. I can't believe, chat. Fucking eye roll, dude. Fucking annoying. Pedantic. Annoying, contrived, ridiculous, and demonstrable of why we do not listen to BreadTubers.
Was controversial at the time, and garnered an audience of loyal devotees who never forced them to grow. While they faced criticism, they treated their critics like the enemy. They were never really engaging with them.
It's kind of clear that, like, Ant has never played a Pokemon game in his life. I mean, his watch stream had 2 other people making all of his complaints for him.
At this juncture, however, thanks to months of discussion, most points have been brought to the logical baseline, with some who apparently haven't heard a single counter-argument still trailing to join the discussion.
That's what it always does. He usually needs, like, if he doesn't have someone else to say things for him, he tends to waffle off on weird tangents that mean nothing and go nowhere.
His first video was very confusing in structure, conflating his feelings with facts while presenting that an entire genre is fundamentally broken.
Somebody actually I think, like, one group of people actually pointed out, like, in his video of, like, how YouTube critics are lying to you, in that when talking about me, he goes on for like 5 minutes saying, check out this other video or this live stream about Lily, and says nothing tangible.
They are fully aware of the difference between objectivity and subjectivity, and they know when content is poorly made. It simply doesn't apply when it's their sacred cow. Thus, they end up taking criticism as a personal insult, but good lord, that is not the case.
But now, because bad trans woman Nino said the same things everyone's been saying for years, now suddenly it needs its honor defended? What a fucking bunch, what a load. Here's hoping Ant gets plowed on the highway by a truck.
You notice how Mahler didn't commit a death threat as he said, look, I don't care for your opinion and here's why? And then Lily was just sitting there mauling, coping, and seething inside of the infamy that they've earned and deserved by doing things like randomly threatening you? Not the same thing, Anthony. They're not the same person. They don't even have close to the same personality. Stop it. Until you go on and you talk to him and you actually go involve yourself in the culture, you do not get to keep saying long man bad, long man bad, long man bad, long man bad. You don't get to do this. You will be disabused of this position until you accept that you are either talking out of your ass or you don't get it. And you don't get it.
Mahler, give him this. He'll debate his opponents, but it's like on his terms. It's like, also, faint praise. I don't think Mahler has ever DMCA struck down criticisms of him, though. I don't think anyway. We'll find out.
People tried to bring that up when I DMCA'd those fucking reaction streams, but then, like, well, first of all, there's a difference between showing an image for 2 seconds and watching a video in its entirety. And second of all, I mostly keep doing that just to be annoying, really.
Just being a little pissed.
Yeah, just being a pest, poisoning them in the algorithm. That's the thing, when you get DMCA claimed, you get poisoned in the fucking algorithm. Nutjob's got like more videos up reacting to me. They aren't getting anywhere near the attention. Look, if these people were like sitting beside me in real life, I'd be fucking dunking their head in the goddamn toilet.
That's not really engaging with criticism fairly. If you really want to engage with criticism fairly, you don't respond to individual works of criticism. You just take it, say thank you, and you grow. Or you don't. And it's that simple. Mahler, I feel, hasn't...
That is also an inherently stupid, flawed point of avoiding the truth of the matter. And the truth of the matter is you don't do that. You do not grow by taking somebody's opinion and then saying thank you. Thank you for your opinion. I'll appreciate it in the future. Because you're not actually learning something when people do that. Not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. Because ultimately, what people want to see you do is they want to see you engage with the material. If you can't engage with the material effort, you might as well not even try to say that you truly understand your medium or you care about it. Because that's not even close to being enough. Not even close to being enough.
grown. And I think that's what depresses me about this topic so much. He hasn't changed, and he won't change. This video won't change him. If H Bomber Guy can't change him, I have no chance of it either. And I'm not gonna bother.
If we can't bully him by proxy by using your breadtuber to harass him across the internet, then I might as well just keep doing what I want to do and fuck around with people and attack them. Because why would I want to be considered forced to actually do my job? I don't take any of this seriously. This shit's a game to me. Yes, Anthony. Thank you for your honesty.
They're trying to. Everyone around him has improved dramatically. Look at Chris Stuckman. Again, someone that Mahler repeatedly attacked and criticized. He's made a movie with Mike Flanagan producing it. Mike Flanagan, the same guy who did Dr. Sleep and The Haunting of Hill House. Movies that are really great. I don't think Mahler's ever even talked about on his channel. I mean, maybe he has.
I don't know about this accusation I'm about to say about this guy. I just want to put it out there. I don't know if you did it or not. I just want to make fun of him. I just want to mock him. I just want to harass him. I just want to antagonize him.
I haven't looked at every 350 episodes of EFAP, but whatever. You know, look at H Bomber Guy. Look at Jack Saint. Look at Patrick Willems. All of them have improved. And
Pac Willem has not improved. He's just moved away from the situation and allowed the meme to run its course. Jack Saint is not a good content creator. He's an extremely bad content creator who exists inside the HUD box, just like the rest of the people who left for Blue Sky. And do not sit here and say shit about H Bomber Guy. It's not proven. It's a style and brand, and people subscribe to the brand because they are as big as bullies as they are. As big as a bully that you are. Acting as though you don't understand this, man. That's what makes it the most annoying part. You act like you don't get it. I have another 2 there. I have several more 2s there.
changed and grown in the last 6 years. All of their styles have been perfected and evolved thanks to engaging with feedback, thanks to their own process of growth. And I think it's really sad to me that he hasn't grown at all. He's the same person he was all those years ago. On stream a few weeks ago, I responded to one of Rags' videos, one of EFAP's most prominent members, and the biggest comment I got on stream was, wow, Rags is saying the exact same things he used to say 6 years ago. He hasn't changed. None of them have changed. None of them have grown. They're still like it. You would think after watching so many movies, having so much critical analysis under their belts, they might grow, but they haven't. And it's really depressing to watch. I find it more sad. Mahler sees criticism as an attack. I'm sure he's responded to this video too, but as I've been alluding to all this time, I'm not particularly...
Mahler, please give me credit. Please, Mahler, react to my video hard. Please react to my video hard. Blow me out, bro. Bro, please, bro, please blow me out. I need you to blow me out, bro. I need more clout. Give me clout, please, give me clout. Delicious clout, clout.
Worried about that because A, he's already criticized me, so, you know, I know what to expect. Big deal. But also, everything he's criticized has gotten a boost thanks to Mahler. Jay Nicholson, with her Joker review, got a massive influx of positive viewers because they thought it was ridiculous. Mahler made a 11.
No, stop lying. You all said that she was being harassed by... You said she was being harassed. You all, for years, and you're still doing it right now on Twitter, as I speak, you to this day keep framing them as just a group of people that go around harassing a woman. That's what you did. That's what you said. That's what you keep implying. That's why people keep talking about it. Lord have mercy, you can't be honest.
An hour, 12-hour stream about her. And yeah, I know the whole stream wasn't about the Jay Nicholson review, but the optics were pretty clear, and no one...
No, there were no optics except by those that pushed them there. This is the lie you say to yourself to justify continuously telling this lie. Which is why we don't take you seriously. Holy fuck.
Actually finished the stream, you know? So, no one really cared. It's just very depressing to me because this guy used to be a very promising reviewer. As much as I criticized the guy, there were many points, as I alluded to, in this video that I watched, in the various things I saw of him, where I'm like, yeah, that's a decent argument. That's a decent point. Mahler really could have been a really great reviewer. He could have evolved into someone on par with H. Bomber Guy had he just not been in his own way.
Said the person who does not have people coming to him for their opinions. As I literally hear the sounds of my mother spurging from the other room. Comedy. Comedy.
But the trends are changing. Guys like H. Bomber Guy, Patrick Willems, everyone, they're all improving, and they're all gaining momentum. But not Mahler. Mahler is projected to lose subscribers on both his Mueller channel, the Every Frame Pause main channel, and on his main Mahler account. Hell, on his main Mahler account, he's only made 5 videos in the last 2 years. He's made knee fat.
When he makes videos, it is always a thing that he talks about and then gets met to great fanfare. Because that's what happens when you're a person that makes a significant mark on the scene. Every day that he chooses to talk about materials and subject matter, that is not the sign of him being lazy and also being irrelevant, who's sitting and resting on his laurels. He is actively making content all the time, the same way that I am and I do when I fucking stream and broadcast. The same way that when I sit down to make a video, because I am merely a perfectionist in these things, and I do not edit like Jay does. Can't attempt to, but I can attempt to improve. When we make works that are in video format, people will watch them. The same way that when we make streams in live stream format, they might watch them. The same way that if I make videos in short form format, they might watch them. Because that's how people watch content. You don't understand people and how they consume content. You barely understand content as is, outside of the textbook definitions, or the left-wing breadtube textbook definitions. But you don't understand people, content consumption, and culture, because you have none. You sound like an ex-girlfriend that wants to brag about how you don't understand how a person can never grow outside of the sphere of their influence, how they spend their time still existing the way that they used to. You can't understand how they just haven't grown out of that concept of yesteryear. They're still the same people they are now, and that makes them sad and pathetic. But then you look up their name after you meet them during a transformative period of their life. Nice snatch. A transformative period of their life, and you realize, oh shit, I know that guy. He was working on a multi-million-dollar idea this entire time. That multi-million-dollar idea is part of the reason why he never had time for us, because he was always working. Oh no, not my opportunity to get money. Oh no. Oh no, Chad, what do I do? Oh no, I'm gonna be sick. Oh, it's so bad, Chad. how I wasn't able to get them to give attention. I used the wrong card. That 2 of hearts should have been front. Oh no! I can't believe that I was an afterthought. Well, who needs you and your potential millions anyways? I'm a happy man and or woman. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous at all. But I could have been their husband and or wife. Oh. Cope. That's what that is. That is cope. That is you hoping, in the spirit of the stairs, in the wit of the escalator, as you write it down, as you got your ass beat at the mall, maybe I could have done something to make myself not look pathetic. No, you couldn't have. You would still be sitting here, coping here, sitting here, crying here. You haven't learned a damn thing. You haven't learned a damn thing. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Fucking God, man. Get me out of here!
Every week, but that's what he's become known for. He's become the guy who makes fun of people online. He's no longer a film critic. He's no longer a media critic. He gets views to make fun of the big blockbusters, sure.
You are describing somebody that is not Mahler. You'll be disabused of this lie. You will be disabused of this lie. Because you're lying. Lying like a lying liar.
But you don't see the risks he took with, say, watching The Father. I find that the saddest thing, because the Father review that he did is actually decent. It's not a bad review. It's of the same style, it's in the same method, but it's actually a decent review that reflects decent critical instincts. But, and there's the big but, he will never go back to that because it was one of his weakest performing videos. He chases the trends. That's why, of the last 5 videos he did, 2 are on Marvel, 1's on Star Wars, and the other's on Fallout. His community, especially on Reddit, is full of people who they post videos from other users saying, "Ooh, I can't wait for EFAP to cover this one and make fun of them." And there's fewer and fewer people on all those Reddit threads.
You are the one that's interested in that viewpoint, not him. That is a you problem. Cope.
Because the audience is shrinking. People grow out of it. They want something deeper. They want something different. And there are other people on the platform willing and able to provide something more substantial. It's very unfortunate because...
Like whom? Like you? Like the people named? Their content's garbage. We don't care.
You can see the potential. You can see elements of it that could have spurned on to something better in these old videos. But it's not going to happen, because he won't let it happen. The whole experience of this left me feeling more sad for Maul than anything. Even if he responds and makes fun of me, I still feel a degree of pity for him. He's a victim of his own success, at least his own early success. He became popular enough to wall himself off from further feedback that could have helped him grow, and he didn't know how to take it. He didn't know how to grow from it. He saw the entire critical landscape on YouTube as his enemy, and thus became an enemy to the rest of YouTube's critical sphere. And as the enemy, he helped them grow. He helped them get better. And all of them got better, except for Mahler. He remained stagnant.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd call EFAP, as it celebrates how many years of success? Let's put that shit on the screen in case somebody watches this shit so we can be able to talk about that. Real quick. Let me go ahead and look for that. How many years? I'm assuming it'll have a celebration birthday cake on it. That one's during the last season. Anniversary? Because I'm trying to find the last one that they did for the celebration of their birthday. But unfortunately, I can't tell if it's blending in with the other ones. Try looking at like this birthday stream. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Because I know that they've already way far gone past 2 years. Because I'm looking at the 2-year anniversary, that was 4 years ago. So now they're at 6 years, pushing on 7 years. 7 years of content, chat. Look at it. Look at it. 7 years of framing pauses, not just about videos, and not just about concept ideas, but expansions of philosophies, reading the super chats with the chat room and the audience that they built. Over 300 plus episodes and running, and who knows how much fucking cash. He's not growing, chat. Chat, he's not growing. He's not growing. He's not growing. He hasn't expanded. He's not growing. He's not growing. He's not growing. Okay, I missed it. It was down here. This was the 6th anniversary ones. And in parts even. He's not growing. He's not growing. He's not growing, chat. He's not growing. Whenever he makes up, he's seeing drops in his views and submissions. He's not growing. He's not growing. He's not growing. He's stagnant. This is unhealthy. His channel's unpopular. He's a bad content creator. He hasn't learned anything. Stagnant, not growing, weak. A retarded ass opinion said by a retarded ass fucking hater. Get me the fuck out of here.
I don't think he realizes that his best days are behind him. He's peaked as a creator on this platform. And, I don't think he never recovered. Nope, I don't think so. It's unfortunate, but there's a lesson to learn from that. Never isolate yourself from feedback. Never make the rest of a community your enemy. Always embrace and grow. Learn from the mistakes and successes of those around you. Don't make everyone your enemy, but remember they're your competition. And competition can always help bolster your own success by learning and picking, seeing, oh, what did they do well? What did I do well? What did I do not so well? What did they do not so well? And grow from that. Develop it. Evolve. But if you don't evolve, then there's only one fate for you. There's only one fate for those who don't evolve.
Truly. For nearly 2 hours, he just sat there and said, I can't believe that he's not dead yet. Let me try to push him into the grave faster. Bitch made. The time is now 5:56. It appears to me like I might have to expend the fucking time slot from technically 8 to 5 to 8 to 6. Because these videos are getting dog shit here. Even as I try to make work more concise, we have consistently been spending longer amounts of time on this. Granted, I did start late today. However, no matter when I choose to start, this shit is starting to wrap over real fucking quick. It's really starting to fucking eclipse what we set out to do. That just means we expand bigger and better, baby. Because that's at least one thing you did say that was right. You can adapt or die. Because the ending of learning is truly the beginning of death. And unfortunately, Anthony is the kind of person that does not learn until you actually, start lacking niggas. Because when they don't have the ability to use their audience size to bully you, that's when they'll finally learn their lessons. Now, I believe tonight, now that I have all the ingredients that I need, tonight is going to be when I film the kimchi creation. I would live stream the cooking of it, the preparatory, the setting it aside, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply take pictures of the effect after, and then we will make an appearance with the kimchi on camera. And if it makes me sick or not, I will have learned better how to make the goddamn kimchi. However, this week is a catch-up week. Later on tonight, because I couldn't count, because I thought the second was yesterday, and it was actually the first yesterday. Tonight is the night that we are going to be watching the films that we would have watched on the 30th, or technically 31st, last month. Because I was playing catch-up with a bunch of shit. We're also going to be playing catch-up with a bunch of versus chats. However it tends to work out, I'll even probably have to use Tuesday and Thursdays as days to do this. So, actually rather Tuesday and Wednesday as a day to do this. So, I'm leaving you all for dinner. When I've finished serving dinner, I will be seeing you all back here at some point between 6:15 to 6:30 for the beginning of the movie watching. And then all throughout this week, versus chats, including the ones that I told you that I wanted to do when I sat down and presented them to you. Especially the specific one about Amaranth. Especially the specific one about Amaranth. Video content is coming out shortly. I'm not telling you when the videos are coming out this month. They're just going to drop. Because if I put a date on it, it's going to annoy the piss out of me. So instead, they're just going to drop this month. I'm not telling you how many. Just expect them. Okay, chat. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. I will be reading you in the funny papers. I will be billing you all for my therapy. And I will be seeing you tomorrow. Or technically, later tonight and tomorrow. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Please check your local Carl listings. And go to places where you can find all of your Carl and Carl-related accessories. Goodbye, good night, and to everyone who I'm going to be seeing at movie night, the poll has already concluded. However, I will ask those that are present if they would like to watch a third film after we have watched the first film and Carl's choice. All right. See you later.